and Defense Forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation (ZBC) and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association (SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls, one of the world's 7 natural wonders, this year's convention invites you to a place where the mighty Zambezi River plunges into a deep chasm, creating a spectacular curtain of water that captivates all who behold it. The locals call it Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders. This awe-inspiring setting provides the perfect stage for broadcasters from across Africa to gather, share insights, and explore the innovations shaping the future of media under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape in the AI Era. Join us as ZBC welcomes you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025. Feel free, feel at home, you're home away from home. ZBC, proud host of the 2025 SABA Conference.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry.
A pleasant morning to you. My name is Mark Mabwe and welcome to Day 2 of the Southern Africa Broadcasters Convention being hosted here in Vic Falls by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation. And this year's theme is running under Content, Connectivity, Transforming Africa's Broadcasting Landscape in the AI Era. Joining me is Dora Ngube, who is looking ever beautiful as she was yesterday.
Thank you so much, Mark. You're such a gentleman. And yeah, this year's theme highlights how African broadcasters are embracing new technologies like artificial intelligence to help shape content creation, boost connectivity, and foster collaborations amongst broadcasters in the African region. And this is Day 2 of the convention, and tomorrow we will be seeing the 31st Annual General Assembly, which will be more like capping off the conference.
And yesterday a lot was touched on about AI and how we can use this into incorporation in our media houses and in our newsrooms, but as well noting as useful as a tool as AI is, it is quite a slippery slope and a lot of things need to be kept in mind, so especially that we have to make a lot of regulatory and policy changes to make sure that we keep it in check.
Indeed, we saw a few speakers coming up to share on different issues on how we benefit from AI as broadcasters, how we can use it. And we also had presentations on policy regulation, ethical issues, legal issues around using AI in broadcasting. And so we are looking forward for more on infrastructure development, digital transformations. And we will be going through to the procession, to the conference right now for more on what we are on here about today. And so we are now taking you into the conference room.
For the entrance of our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services in the Republic of Zimbabwe, is accompanied by his Deputy Minister, Dr. Ompile Marupi, together with the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Nick Dabaningi Mangwana. So while we stand, ladies and gentlemen, we will just quickly sing the national anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe as we begin our program. I pray, please be seated. So, Honorable Minister, good morning to you and welcome to Victoria Falls, the majestic city. And of course, we have been having a lot of fun without you, Nyati. But thank you that you've joined in the fun. And we shall continue with the fun. Allow me, by way of protocol, to recognize the presence of the Minister of Information, Publicity, and Broadcasting Services, the Honorable Dr. Jenfan Muswere. Allow me also to recognize his deputy, the Minister in the Ministry of Information, Publicity, and Broadcasting Services, the Honorable Dr. Ompile Marupi, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Mr. Nick Mangwana. Of course, allow me also to recognize the presence of one of the directors in that same ministry, Mr. George Chisoko. If there are any other government officials that are here present, please do feel welcome. Allow me to recognize the board chairperson in the broadcasting industry in Zimbabwe, the ZBC, the home of local content, Ms. Harriet Rushwaya. Good morning, madam. Oh, there you are. Good morning. How are you? Fantastic. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize also the Vice Board Chair, Advocate Tapson Jetero. who's amongst us here. The board of directors in that board. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, allow me to recognize my big brother, the brand spanking new CEO of the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Sugar Chagonda. Allow me also to recognize his chief operating officer, who's also here in the building, Mr. Tapiwa Mudzamba. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize also the presence of Mr. Stanley Benjamin Similo, the president of SABA. He's also the Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. Allow me also to recognize Mr. Bernard Dupress from the Seychelles Broadcasting Corporation. He's the CEO there. Tato Nkahle, the Lesotho Director General for the Broadcasting Corporation there as well. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Obaba Umlamuli Dlamini from Eswatini TV. Also, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize Mr. George Kasakula, the Director General of the Broadcasting Corporation in Malawi. Would also like to recognize the presence of Nada Wochela, the Group Executive for Radio South African Broadcasting Corporation, who's amongst us here as well. Maxwell Piri, the Director, Administration, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation. And of course, allow me to thank Umama Unomhle for her presence here. She's the Secretary General of SABA, Broadcasting Media Africa. And allow me at this point, Honorable Minister, to say all protocol is duly observed. Please do feel welcome. And yeah, in case I omitted your name there, but let's just recognize the presence of these dignitaries by a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. We also want to recognize our foreign dignitaries. It's important that we say, welcome to Zimbabwe. And I was thinking that Chief Koti was going to use Tivenda to actually show off some of those language skills as we, in Zimbabwe style, give them that homely welcome to say, you are home. You're just home away from home. Because Zimbabwe is also the heart of welcoming. And after all, you are in the place that has been recognized as the place to visit by Forbes in 2025. It's the most beautiful place. Trust me, it is.
Absolutely amazing. So shall we say good morning to the minister the way we said good morning to each other earlier on? Think we can do that? Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
No, so more energy. We need to do better.
There was no energy there.
Take that again, Chief Koti.
Okay, on the count of 3. Okay, guys, please don't embarrass me. He's my boss, you know. Come on. Let's do this together, okay? Shall we? 1, 2, 3. 0. Aha, there you go. That's much better. Just a quick round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, just to warm us up in the room. I'm going to request...
We actually are. We decided to speed up things a little because we know that we are pressed for time, and there were presentations and panel sessions from yesterday. But don't worry, all will be well today. But at this point in time, as we get together here, this platform, the biggest platform of broadcasters and medias, we need to get into the serious conversations. And to shape those serious conversations, we also need to allow our guest of honor to deliver his keynote address. But Chief Koti, we are not at that level to introduce our honorable minister.
Absolutely not.
We would love to. We aspire to, but in this lifetime right now...
Are you sure you aspire to?
No.
You publicly aspire?
No. But at this point in time,
yes,
allow us the honor to call upon the Honorable Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Dr. Ompile Marupi. And please give him a rounding applause. He speaks more than 12 languages.
It speaks 12 of the 16, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Dumela salwanani. Ndi macheloni abudi. Ausheni. Bonjour. Mangwanani. Thank you. Mine is actually a simple task. Really, I would like to write on the protocols already observed. Here we are. That time has arrived where our guest of honor is amongst us. And I don't know whether I will actually put it correctly, but someone once said, before you become a politician, you should actually start by being an academic and strategist. Here we are. Amongst us, we have a strategist, an academic who has actually created knowledge by publishing journals and papers, making him to be recognized as one of the strategists that we have in Zimbabwe, and proved that when he was the Minister of ICT by actually crafting an ICT policy and some other policies that he did as the Minister of Information, that is the media policy, Smart Zimbabwe, National Broadband Plan, Smart Health, Smart Agriculture, and he has actually achieved a lot in the business arena by becoming one of the youngest CEOs we have ever had in Zimbabwe, by being in charge of over 4 companies, with some of them listed in the stock exchange. And that you cannot actually do when you are not academically sound. He holds 2 doctorates. And let's welcome our Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Dr. Jennifer Muswere.
Thank you, Dr. Marupi. You may all be seated. The directors of ceremony, the Deputy Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Dr. Ompile Marupi, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Comrade Nick Mangwana, the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation Board Chair, other board chairpersons and directors, Director Generals, the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Sugar Achagonda, broadcasters, Director Generals, corporate executives in charge of various broadcasting and media houses here present, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. It is with great honor and privilege that I've been given an opportunity to officiate and officially open this important convention. This convention, which speaks to how best we can maintain relevance in terms of ensuring that we broadcast content that is generated from Southern Africa and from Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what is the role of SABA? How do we define the role of SABA in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals? How do we define the role of SABA in terms of the SADC Industrialization Plan? How do we define SABA in terms of the Agenda 2063, the African Union Agenda 2063? How do we generate content that is related to the history about Africa, the contemporary issues, and the future? What is the role of all these broadcasting institutions working together? How do we unify our people in order for us to be able to achieve, as we move from third world countries to first world countries? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, we've moved from analog to digital. But yet we face some of the challenges that we could utilize to become our advantage. The advent of artificial intelligence, the advent of many other new cutting-edge technologies, the development of various OTT services across the country, and in particular the importance of social media platforms for us to be able to disseminate information. But at the same time, who controls these algorithms? How best can we utilize artificial intelligence, information, communication technology, in order for us to be able to generate content that speaks to the future of our continent? Who controls these algorithms? Where is all this information in terms of storage? Are we facing another era in terms of social media imperialism? For how people process, think, make decisions is best on the mediums of communication. And SABA is of great importance in this particular arena. As we generate content, as people express their views on any subject within the global village, in terms of marketing, in terms of markets, in terms of social inclusion, in terms of economic development, who controls these narratives? Who runs these algorithms? The markets are shifting. For markets follow viewership. And we believe, as you have congregated, these are some of the issues that you should be in a position to dissect, to brainstorm about, to make decisions on how best we can control the narrative about what is taking place in Africa. Intra-Africa trade is not more than 20%. Yet most of these resources are generated, processed in Africa. How do we utilize SABA as a platform in order to grow a regional and continental economic growth? How do we utilize SABA in order to preserve our languages as a people? And how do we utilize SABA as a platform to inform, to educate, and raise awareness on critical issues? And how do we utilize SABA in order to identify the shortcomings that we have? And also, how do we ensure that SABA as a platform can guide executive leadership in order to grow our respective economies, thereby ensuring that we have social inclusion and thereby ensuring that we grow our economies, our respective economies. How do we preserve the memory and the history of our people? And how do we integrate our economies? In terms of trade, SABA should be a platform where we also discuss in terms of trade volumes. What are we broadcasting? Or are we repeater broadcasting stations located in Africa, but pursuing another agenda which does not relate to Africa? How do we unite our people? For all economies in the world, we now have the European Union. We have different regional blocks across the world. How do we unite our people against xenophobia? And how do we tackle international trade issues? How do we tackle communicable and non-communicable diseases, pandemics, epidemics, in order to consolidate and grow our economies into first world countries? I believe as this convention, as you meet, as you discuss, these are some of the issues that we should be able to come up with solutions. But in terms of trade, as broadcasting associations in Africa, how much content are we generating working together with filmmakers and other media practitioners? For trade cuts across different sectors of the economy. Are we having more on the import side than the export side? How do we export the good that we've been able to achieve as Africans? And how do we encourage foreign direct investment? And how do we also tackle illicit financial flows? These are some of the issues that this convention should be able to find answers. And also, how do we collaborate with content producers to be able to tell the correct story and factual issues about Africa? For there is no segmentation in terms of foreign direct investment. Africa is Africa. Yes, I'm a Zimbabwean. Yes, I'm an African. How best do we couch the Africa Renaissance program and plan for us to be able to build our economies? And as I indicated, we should move away from being an importer of content from other regions, but seek to collaborate with other regions in order to improve on our quality, in order to improve on our broadcasting, in order to improve in terms of our ethics, and in order for us to develop human capital development, to be able to broadcast the true story about Africa. This is a continent that has gone through so many phases, from slavery, colonization, but this is the Africa that is emerging as a giant. In terms of Zimbabwe, we have a vision 2030, which seeks to achieve an upper middle income society by the year 2030. We have the TSP, the NDS 1, we are now moving to the National Development Strategy 2. And the whole vision is to ensure that we leave no one and no place behind. So much success has been recorded and achieved in a short space of time. And as I stand before you today, representing the government of Zimbabwe, we will have another session next year where we're inviting all broadcasting and media houses on a tour for you to be able to appreciate the success that has been registered in terms of Vision 2030. We have surpassed agricultural targets, be it tobacco, be it wheat, be it maize production. We've built new damming infrastructure, irrigation projects, revitalized the tourism sector, ensured that there's macroeconomic stability and growth, utilizing tight fiscal and monetary policy management tools, built new roads, bridges, dams, health infrastructure, housing infrastructure. So by early next year, we're inviting each and every media house to Zimbabwe so that we can share experiences on how best we can work together in the media and broadcasting services sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the 2025 SABA Convention officially opened. Thank you.
I do believe our Honourable Minister deserves another round of applause. And indeed, he was speaking to how it is important to tell our African stories, also speaking to how we need to ensure that the role of SABA speaks to how we can ensure that we are sustainable in our operations. How do we ensure that even the role of SABA, when we're talking about Agenda 2063, AU, and even when we are focusing on our different national frameworks of policies that have been formulated in our different countries, how do we ensure that these generate revenue and grow our economies and ensure that even in our industrialization agendas, we are contributing as a sector? But also importantly, if I'm also to just touch on the other side and tying it with the theme itself of artificial intelligence, I came across something very important, and I thought it was very critical that we highlight the fact that as African countries, even when we're speaking about telling our African stories, we need to make sure that we generate the right kind of content that can be competitive, that can be on different platforms, not only contextualize it to a continental base. Let's make it international. That way we also tap into those markets. And mind you, let's not forget the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's a huge market. Let's utilize those frameworks of AFTA. But of course, Honorable Minister, you are going to be listening into a number of presentations. You are going to be tapping into a lot of panel discussions. Yesterday, they were so informative, educative, and they also spoke to what you touched on, the ethical side of it, sovereign side of it, because while we want to be part of the global village, let's own our stories. Let's own our stories at the same time. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, let's get back to Deshni. I know that we had to cut Deshni short for a moment, but trust me, Honourable Minister, and our delegates, you will enjoy it. Second time lucky, I should say. And just as a recap, while the Minister was not in, she will be speaking on revolutionizing live coverage in Africa, and Deshni Naidu, Regional Director, Africa TVU Networks.
All right. Deshni, I hope things will work out now properly, yeah?
Well, I've heard the message. We need to be in control. So I'm going to change my algorithm a little bit.
Okay? Go ahead.
So we were in the presentation before we were joined by the honorable members. And I'm not going to continue with that because I think we have an opportunity to network. My QR code will go up. We can talk about the product. But I think what's important for me to share today, right now, that I have the platform, while everybody leaves, can we just make way for them? Okay, so while I have the platform, what I'm going to share with you is really something that's very special, and it was as a result of SABA 2024. So thank you again to the organizers. So what I want to share with you is what Seychelles Broadcasting did. And we're very privileged to have Mr. Berard Dupre in the house. Seychelles Broadcasting made history as the first broadcaster from the islands to deliver a full remote production. It was a bold move. It was one that required courage, trust in technology, and a visionary leadership willing to redefine what is possible. And by embracing cloud and aggregated connectivity, they broke free from the constraints of traditional OB trucks and on-site infrastructure, proving that high-quality live content can indeed be produced from anywhere. They've successfully covered the Indian Ocean Games as well as the Seychelles elections earlier this month. Now, this pioneering effort not only set a new standard for us as island broadcasting and Africa, but it also opened the doors to a future of limitless possibilities. Let's dive into their groundbreaking remote production in action.
Wheels. Stand by 2.
The biggest advantage I found with the TVU anyway was that the ability to do our own filming and without using multiple crew, and we also, the quality of the filming was really good and the quality of sound was really good as well. And for me, this is an advantage for SPC, and this is the future for production and also for filming live events.
We're working on a production that's happening a few kilometers away from us. So we're directing it live on a laptop. That's a big change to the way we work. So it's a really good opportunity to learn it. The first person to do it in Seychelles using TVU. So that's a great experience.
The interface is pretty user-friendly, easy to get access with everything you need, easy to control too.
Now, you don't need 5, 10 people to do a simple job. With one person, with the TVU system, you can actually do the same amount of work that you could be needing more people to do.
When you're going on the field to film a certain event, you're using only a camera, only one person and doing everything. So you don't have a whole group of people going and filming, doing the filming. It's only one person.
Using TVU was a great experience. It made our flow very fast and very flexible. We were able to produce and stream live content from different locations without needing a full outside broadcast setup.
In the future, we look forward to continuing our partnership with TVU, and it's going to really simplify our outside broadcasting. It's going to be more efficient, less cable runs, and at a lower cost, less stuff to deploy on site. And yeah, great job TVU for your product.
Well, there you have it, and I think they deserve a round of applause because certainly they've been the first on the African continent to adopt this technology. And what's special is we're seeing African faces talk about their African stories, and it's really a testimonial of what's possible. So I said I was going to shake my algorithm up a bit, something that was not really planned, but let's improvise as we go. I think I'm going to be very thrilled to invite 2 exceptional guests onto stage. First, the visionary leader behind the Seychelles Broadcasting, groundbreaking remote production, the CEO himself, who had the courage and the foresight to lead his team into this new era of cloud-based broadcasting. Let's give Mr. Berard Dupre a round of applause, everybody. Thank Thank you if you can join us up on there. And then joining him is Mr. Adrian van Rooy from Switzerland, our very own African Switzerland. Swiss, sorry. Adrian leads up Riedel Communications in Africa, and I had the privilege of collaborating with him on integrating TVU and Riedel, demonstrating seamless interoperability with third-party vendors. Thank you very much for joining me. So, do the gentlemen have microphones? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deshni.
So, Mr. Barad, I think this is truly a testimonial like no other, and to hear from you directly will solidify what I've been singing from last year about TVU, and I want to understand what inspired you to take the bold step of this exciting adventure and executing full remote production for the first time on the islands.
Thank you, Deshni. Good morning, everybody, ministers and officials. I have to recognize the role that this forum does. It's through this forum that SBC has been able to get in touch with industry suppliers like yourselves. Ever since I attended Sabah, I have kept attending every year to network and to see the presentations. And one of the first ones that I saw when I was in Namibia was with eMedia to do with the radio app. And ever since, most of the technological developments that SBC have done has been through forums like this. We've launched our radio app, we've launched our OTT service, our DTT, and now cloud-based remote production through what has been a gathering of broadcasters. So for me, it links two things: the need for us to technologically develop to be able to deliver content in a better way, in a more cost-effective way. And I appreciate that, especially through BMA, that Broadcast Media Africa, that brings the industry technology to us, that allows us to do that. So within a year of seeing your presentation, we invited you and to help us with, especially the elections. We don't have a case study here, but being able to have just the journalists with 25 phones in all the 25 districts giving us the reports. For our board, it was unprecedented, and even with the SADC observer missions and the way the SBC conducted itself as an independent but informative broadcaster, that was also recognized. So we're proud of that kind of partnership. Thank you.
So thank you for that, and certainly we're hoping that the many other countries in Africa take a page out of your book on the elections. But we saw in the videos many testimonials from your staff members, and I just want to understand, how did the team adapt to this new workflows, and what were some of the key challenges that you guys faced or overcame?
For me, it was particularly warming when I came into the room. You were giving you and your team were giving the training, and most of the staff were quite vocal and saying, wow, this is going to change things. This is going to be revolutionary. And I told you that I foresaw resistance to change. We used to doing remote with all the physical switches and all the cablings. And they took it like duck to water, like, you know, Carlos and all the others. I haven't seen their testimony until now, which is really comforting.
That was fantastic, but I think, you know, kudos to you on the change management, because you really drove that and changed their mindset on that. So
thank you.
Thank you for that. Eddie, from your perspective, what makes the integration of TVU with Riedel successful, and why is it important for these broadcasters in Africa?
So basically, a vendor of equipment delivers bits and pieces. But what can I do with bits and pieces? It's actually nothing. I need a turnkey solution. So when we vendors talk with each other, understand each other's products, we can also deliver a solution for a broadcasting institution to just come in, get in the studio, get the engineers on the table, and work on a production.
And I think that's important, because very often when people have a solution presented to them on new technology, you almost like go into a corner thinking, I've invested so much in my existing infrastructure. Do I now need to throw that away to bring TVU or Riedel into the market? No. So this is just basically us validating that we can integrate with any third-party suppliers. So I just want you to share a little bit of an example of a collaboration that enhanced production capabilities of this sort.
Absolutely. So we discussed with each other, basically just face-to-face, what remote production means. Because there's many ways of understanding what is remote production. Do I have the server on site? Do I have the server in my studio and send backpacks out? And there's many different ways of how we actually can do a production. So we said, hey, to see the integration, how that can work together, let's meet on a common ground, on a neutral ground, which for us was Spain, and do a remote production, a trial for a remote production ourselves. So the technical director of TVU was actually playing rugby in himself alone. It was rainy days, so but it was very good to test it out. We had 5 cameras in Barcelona, and me and Mr. Vuyon Kube from South Africa, we were sitting in Madrid and producing the game in Madrid. We used many technologies. We used the internet, we used 4G, we used 5G, we used Starlink, and we turned off one signal after the other to see how stable is the signal in the end. So we did a case study, a blind case study, basically, just to see how can we get a good turnkey solution for remote production for Africa. Why in Spain? Basically, logistics was easier for us, for everybody, and we had all the equipment on site there. The next step, what we want to do, is repeat the whole operation in Africa.
Exactly. So you've seen it in Spain, you've seen it on the islands. Now we throwing it out there. Who's going to be next? Let's take the challenge. I see the lady winding me up. So, Mr. Barra, just parting words. How do you see this innovation shaping the future of broadcasting in the Seychelles region and on the African continent? Just wrapping it up.
I think the surprising was the cost. We really dreaded that it was going to be expensive. In fact, it is telling us that we don't need to buy hardware. We've tested it with our very low bandwidth in remote islands or from the main island. It works brilliantly. The synchronization of the audio and the video and the quality is second to none. We're not going back. So I will encourage. I mean, not use one, but there are others. I'm not, brand specific. But if we want to go into IP-based broadcasting and then into cloud-based. Certainly is the future of broadcast. If we can, it's worth trying it out for yourselves and then seeing, proof of concept is the best way for you to be able to validate whether it's good for you, allowing you to deploy very easily anywhere. And for us, we have different islands. We can now broadcast from anywhere on the island. Just send the cameraman, the technician, and everything is then controlled back into the main studio on the main island. For us, that's excellent. We don't have to pay a lot to stay overnight and do all that is needed. So it suits different broadcasters differently, but for us, this is the way forward.
Great. So you've seen there that the future of broadcasting is being redefined before our eyes. With that, I want to thank you and say Africa has spoken. The demand is here. So at TVU, we're ready to meet it bigger and better. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Deshni, for that session. Really appreciate it. Shall we give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And as they take their leave, allow me also to welcome those who are watching us from home. We are live on ZBC TV right now, and I would like to thank you and welcome you to Victoria Falls, where it's a gathering of broadcasters who are here in Africa, and they are delivering nothing but the very best.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen the official opening of the Saba Convention 2025, where the Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services here in Zimbabwe, Dr. Jen van Mswere, gave his opening remarks. He spoke about the broadcaster's role in social inclusion and economic development, and also highlighting the importance of the media in telling Africa's story.
Yes, he very much did go into great detail on how we are going to focus on having the African voice heard. What do we need to do in terms of technological advancements? How do we need to collaborate within the SADC region to ensure that we tap into the resources that are available to us, so that we make sure that our broadcasting services stay up to par and go well in this ever-transforming era.
He did also speak about the need for investments into the sector. We know that there's need for infrastructure development, there's need for effective collaborations amongst broadcasters in the whole region, and of course the adoption of AI includes a lot. We are also looking forward to having AI being monetized, taking advantage of it and growing our broadcasting sector in Africa.
Yes, we're also looking to not conform to conventional means of broadcasting and gathering information. The Honorable Minister did as well touch a lot on how Africa needs to make sure that we are heard, and how he also spoke about cloud-based broadcasting. He also spoke about how we have our information stored, where is it going to be, how we're going to access it, who owns the algorithm. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that's going to be touched on in depth about that as we continue through the day.
Yes, and he also indeed highlighted the importance of broadcasting our own content. He did say, in as much as we learn from other regions, it is important that we also have our own products and our own content going out there in telling the African story.
Yes, he did stress a lot about collaboration and not just importing content, but making sure that we, to some extent or to a greater extent, partner and make sure that our content is shared, so that we can learn from each other. Therefore, we can enhance the kind of content and the quality of content being produced, to ensure that SADC produces a lot of top-notch content.
Indeed, and in speaking about us telling the African story, he did then talk about the Vision 2030 for us here in Zimbabwe, and how probably next year all broadcasters will be invited to see how much the government has worked in the country and be able to tell it as it is, because most of the times the African story has not been told the proper way.
Yes, and touching on that, there's been so much that we have achieved, that the government has achieved in Zimbabwe this year. The Honorable Minister did talk about how we have surpassed all of our goals in terms of wheat, in terms of food production. There's been so much infrastructure development that has gone on in the country, and I'm sure that there's a lot more that's going to go forward into Vision 2030.
Yes, indeed, and so we will be seeing different speakers coming up. We just heard from Seychelles. We've heard what they have done as the broadcasting sector in that country. We also had an opportunity yesterday to hear a few other countries, what they've done. And other media houses, we had a representative from RT, and we do hope to hear again from France 24, BBC, because they are also part of the delegates here. So these conventions are not just for broadcasters, but they include the policy regulators as well. And so that's why we have issues to do with policy regulations being discussed, the legal frameworks, and as well as the ethical issues. We'll now take a breather, but we will be back with you shortly. To stay with us.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls, one of the world's 7 natural wonders, this year's convention invites you to a place where the mighty Zambezi River plunges into a deep chasm, creating a spectacular curtain of water that captivates all who behold it. The locals call it Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders. This awe-inspiring setting provides the perfect stage for broadcasters from across Africa to gather, share insights, and explore the innovations shaping the future of media under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape in the AI Era. Join us as ZBC welcomes you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025. Feel free, feel at home, you're home away from home. ZBC, proud host of the 2025 SABA Conference.
Good morning once again. You're still watching the Southern Africa Broadcasters Convention 2025 coming to you live from Victoria Falls Safari Lodge, and we are proud this year as the host, Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, to be here being the 31st convention of the SABA. I'm now joined by the acting CEO of the Broadcasters Association of Zimbabwe, BAZ, Mr. Chakanyuka, to tell us more on what he hopes his organization as well as Zimbabweans and Africa as a whole will benefit from this conference. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you? Morning,
fine, thanks.
Morning, viewers. My name is Matthias Chakanyuka. I actually represent an organization called Broadcasting Authority of Zimbabwe. So basically, we are the regulator of the broadcasting industry. So we are here to listen to what are the expectations of broadcasters in terms of regulation. So if you listened to the conversation yesterday, there was a lot of things which were discussed to do with AI regulation. So as a country, we need to embrace that technology and see how best we can regulate that. So so we are weighing some options to say, should we regulate it directly, or we could use self-regulation, whereby a broadcaster can actually put in editorial policy to embrace AI, and then they will be able to put some ethical considerations in terms of their editorial policy, and then they will be able to regulate themselves. So as BAZ, we benchmark with other regulators within the SADC region. Us as regulators, we also have our own platform where, through an organization called CRASA, which is a communications regulatory authorities for Southern Africa, where we discuss some of these issues. So some of the issues we can pick them from here, and then we can table them at our own agenda when we meet as CRASA, and then come up with decisions which are informed basing on the contributions from the public broadcasters. So basically that's our expectation, to get some key issues which we can discuss as regulators on our platforms and then implement in our countries, particularly issues to do with the emerging technologies or disruptive technologies like the use of AI in broadcasting.
Yeah, we know that we haven't really done much strides in terms of adapting to the digital platforms. What do you think we can do to transition better or faster into the digital platforms?
Yeah, as a nation, I think the Minister of ICT of Zimbabwe is actually working on a national ICT policy to do with AI. It's a national AI policy. So as a regulator from the broadcasting industry, we'll get some takeaways from there and then localize it into the broadcasting sector. But as we speak, we don't stop broadcasters from implementing AI. Most of them are actually implementing it in terms of script writing, in terms of content production. We saw yesterday a demonstration by Russia Today where they used AI during their elections. It was really a good aspect. Also, there's the issue of capacity building which is needed. Most of the people are thinking of AI as what happened in the first industrial revolution, where people destroyed machines because they thought machines were there to replace to take their jobs. And yet, in this case, machines in AI are just tools which helps us to do our work efficiently. And
we can do as Zimbabwe to be part of the inter-programming or to build the integration in terms of programming with other countries.
Yeah, the first thing is, when you want to do program exchange, there are certain standards. So us as BAZ, we set those standards for program exchange. So in terms of the technical platform is there already. You find this signal which you are broadcasting can easily be accessed in any of the SADC countries because of that uniformity in the regulations. So that's one aspect. Then the other thing is probably as a way of making sure that appropriate content is generated. We have to assist probably in coming up with models of certain programs which you can share amongst broadcasters in terms of structure. So if you have, for example, your talking business or talking farming in Zim, so that kind of format can also be shared in Lesotho or South Africa or other countries, and then they can have that same concept, and then they can embrace that. So we can have different program formats which can be included by all those broadcasters by way of collaboration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chakanyuka, for joining us, and thank you for the insight that you've just given us.
Thank you so much.
And that is the acting CEO of the Broadcasting Authority of Zimbabwe, Mr. Chakanyuka. And we do look forward to fostering of more collaborations amongst African broadcasters. And for now, we are taking you back into the conference room.
To support SABA 100%. Tomorrow in our board meeting as the SABA directors, I will be updating the directors fully as to what the extent of that discussion was. So from a unifying perspective, I can confidently state, Minister, that we are on the right track, particularly knowing that the Office of His Excellency, Mr. Makhosi, the Executive Director of SADC, has proclaimed openly his support for the channel. The information and the content is already there. It has been curated. It's a matter of us just getting on air. But we are mindful of challenges like issues around language, because within our midst we have English, we have French, we have Portuguese, and also Kiswahili. And interestingly enough, Minister, in Tanzania, the program Ion SADC is translated 100% into Kiswahili. So that's how they broadcast it. That's the one. The second aspect for us is to look at the issues of governance, but we've been meeting with CRASA as well, which is the regional body that looks after the regulation, so that we can look at issues of rights, look at issues of can content just go into another country, and then self-regulation on our part would be to have the necessary sensitivity towards a political position in a particular country. But we do believe that properly harmonized, we will find common ground in doing that. Thank you, Chair, for allowing.
Thank you very much to those that are watching us from home. Thank you so much for making us your choice here on ZBC TV. We are live from the Victoria Falls, the majestic city, and we are at the Broadcasters Convention for Southern Africa. The year is 2025, and of course we are having lots of fun here, joined by the Minister of Information, Dr. Jen van Muswere, and his team. And of course we've got a lot of experts who are here from across Africa and the globe in its totality. So I'd like to call upon our next speaker, and then we go for a break after that. And this is none other than Brahim Jelassi. He is from LAWO. It's a German manufacturer that specializes in audio mixing, and he's going to be talking to us about how to remain financially sustainable in this changing world that is seen from a technological partner. So let's give him a round of applause as he comes through, ladies and gentlemen. And we continue with this one here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Brahim. I'm the new sales manager.
Welcome back to the Southern Africa Broadcasters Convention, and at this time I am joined by the National Employment Council's Patience Kavuru, and she is going to walk us through what she is here for and the relationship between the NEC and SABA.
Thank you very much. I'm here to represent my organization, which is the National Employment Council for the Electronics, Communications, Radio, TV manufacturing and allied industry, an industry that also covers the broadcasting and media houses subsector. So I'm here in support of them. We are also a sponsor. We sponsored this event, and we are so excited to be part of this inaugural event.
And what are some of the things that we are expecting to get out of the end of the conference?
All right, thank you. We're expecting to learn a lot of things regarding the conditions of other broadcasters at their respective countries. Like, you know, we are Zimbabwean based, but we also have broadcasters from the SADC region, Lesotho, Swaziland, Zambia, to name but a few. So we are here to also copy some of the things that are done there and to also enlighten them on what we as Zimbabweans do.
And so far during the conference, what are the key things that you've picked up?
I've picked up that most of some sentiments that were brought up during the workshop are that there is a general fright of the AI taking over the media sector, something which men are saying as humans we can overcome. So I'm sure we will.
All right. And in your sector, what are some of the things that you're hoping to help complement the people that are in your association?
All right. First of all, I want to make a clarity that we are a labor relations tribunal. So what we do basically as an NEC is to set the minimum conditions for our industry. That is hours of work, conditions of employment, the minimum wages that are given to our broadcasting employees. Yes, and there are quite a lot of things that the NEC does.
Yes, could you maybe touch on just a few?
Okay, we do labor relations, issues like conciliation, arbitration, yes, workers' committee trainings, works council trainings, yes, and we do support our stakeholders. You see, that's the other reason why I'm here, to support the broadcasting and media subsector, which is the leading subsector in my industry.
All right, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. At this point, we go back into the conference room where we'll be following the proceedings.
An interesting phenomena among younger generation. The way we're consuming content is changing. Younger audience are now preferring social media such as TikTok and Instagram, and this means that the way we're doing broadcast is changing, and for you as a broadcaster, we must adapt to this change and the way we deliver content, and also monetizing on this content. I'm just gonna go high level. I would not go too much into the details to understand the reasons why. I think many presentation and many speakers mentioned this. It's about really change of audience preferences, especially the younger generation. They prefer mobile content. The social media is now on the rise. Everything is trend driven. Everything is shareable. So what's happening across in one side of the globe is echoed on the other side. Netflix and Instagram are using AI, so they have AI-powered algorithm to push more content based on recommendation by the AI, actually. And the more you consume of one content, you will see it more, and as a result, you will be staying on that platform for a longer time. It's also not a secret that local content is increasing. African premieres are now available on streaming platforms. And if we're talking about the sports side, due to the general squeeze in the marketplace and sport rights are becoming more and more expensive, well, most of the sports events are now streamed on platforms, on OTT platforms. This makes it easier as well for the audience to actually consume it, since the 4G and 5G connectivity is widely available now on the continent. The key message that actually was mentioned by one of the presenters yesterday, that every broadcaster is now part of a global market. And in order to, sorry, this thing, it's a bit of delay, but bear with me. So, in order to stay competitive, when there is a challenge, we believe there is an opportunity at level. So we believe that producing more content and diversifying is the way to go, whether it is religious event, political event, etc. Producing more live coverage, whether it's sports events, culture events, etc., and bringing more local influencer. I have an interesting chat with one of the ladies this morning where she was mentioning that the streaming platform is on the rise and how we keep linear TV in a world where there is a lot of people that are given information on social media. So I believe that bringing them into your show can actually bring you more views. Optimizing for mobile content is crucial. More and more users are relying on the mobile phone for content. And with that, you can partner with telco companies to create an app, and also I'll get to this later, for us as a live media company, you can actually partner up with them to provide connectivity and actually produce more events. What we believe is to diversify audience. A multi-platform strategy is the way to go. So you're still relying on live TV, live panels. On your linear TV, those shows can go on replay, on YouTube, or even Twitch, which I'll get to that later. And using social media as a promotional tool, think about a debate or something that is taking place, let's say a week from now, you can use social media to put it on your story, create a short version to captivate the real audience and guide them toward your linear TV, let's say. And at the end, the audience doesn't really think about mobile versus linear. They just want to have an easy access, so we have to meet them where they are. Just to sum it up, in this slide, you are the broadcasting company. You're still relying on your linear TV, but it's also important to increase your presence on the social media side, use it as a promotional tool, and also to monetize it, to monetize the content that goes there. Replay on YouTube and Twitch, which I'll get to that in the next slide. And if you'd like to have also your own OTT platform, that is also the way to go. But this is the only way to really have this in place, is to have a stable and a sustainable technology. And this is the main key of my presentation. I'll get to that at the later slides. I just wanted to share this interesting example from Germany, where ARD is a public broadcaster, and they saw that the change of habit among younger generations, that they prefer Twitch. For those who are not familiar with Twitch, it is an esports platform, mainly for younger generations. And what ARD and ZDF they did was to actually offer content on those platforms. And as you can see by the number of viewers, it seems to be working pretty well for them. That gets us to the technology side of things. In order to be able to produce more and stay competitive in this marketplace, the right choices of technology is really important. And I would like to get to the current state of the media side in the continent. Again, practices are different from a place to another, but it is safe to say that most broadcasters are still working with SDI and analog system. And this brings, this technology had its advantages in the past. I think in today's world, it presents a lot of obstacles for growth. Those obstacles are actually coming from a limited redundancy. In order to have a redundant system, you're relying on hardware purchases, limitation in terms of matrix. You cannot go beyond 1,000 square video matrix. And the scalability also is a challenge. So in order to scale that system, you are relying on hardware purchases, whether it is SDI cables, routers, switchers, etc. The quality limitation is also a problem. In a world where we're going toward 8K or even 4K is really challenging to have this on SDI. And my personal belief is that most of the manufacturers will not going to continue to develop product for SDI. What's going to be end of production will remain end of life, and it's going to present a lot of challenges to find spare parts in the future. The same with the audio infrastructure. Working with analog systems or digital consoles is is actually presenting a lot of challenges in terms of signal loss, relying again on hardware purchases for amplifier every X amount of meters, noise and interference, and the same as the spare parts availability. I think most manufacturers will not going to be able to provide those spares, especially in the challenges that the supply chain is having. So we're really talking about a traditional workflow. You have your microphones, cameras for the ingest, relying on hardware boxes from different manufacturers for functions like processing and monitoring. You're still relying also on the human interface as audio consoles, etc. And this is really a rigid workflow, both from operational and technical. In order to really expand beyond the system, you're still relying on hardware purchases. Having the right technology in place, this can be avoided. And we'll get to that later on in the presentation. The consequences of this kind of workflow is actually what I call the pyramid of waste. As you can see on this study made by Carita Research, it's an independent study, and it's showing that most broadcasters are actually using up to 10% of the hardware purchases. Think about the studio that you have. You have 24/7 equipment running on the background, and it is being utilized once or twice a month, and you're afraid to unplug everything just because you have to manually do everything, and that's hundreds of hours of manual work per year for your staff. There are technologies, and from Lavo, we firmly believe that for those kind of setup, you can have what we call a flexible infrastructure and a future sustainable infrastructure. This is one of my favorite quotes from Heraclitus, which says that the only constant in life is change. So really, in a dynamic and a competitive market, it has been never crucial in today's world to produce more. Customers are actually required more agility. Agility does come with future-proof solutions and not just equipment upgrades. And that's firmly what we believe in at Lavo. And again, I'll get to that in the next slides. At Lavo, for those who are not familiar, we specialize in live media. And our vision since the last 2 decades is actually to have IP systems. We come from an audio background. As the gentleman introduced us, but we also do video. IP has a lot of benefits. It's about fast turnaround time for breaking news, viral content. Think about something that you'd like to have coverage somewhere else in the country. With this technology, it will save plenty of manual work for you. I've been noticed that I have only 5 minutes to continue. Unfortunately, it's a long presentation, so I'll try to really wrap it up. IP is backed by a strong investment from telco companies. As you can see here, there are projects that are happening by Meta, 2Cable for Africa submarine projects that is now connecting Europe via Western Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern part, and also Asia. So it's never been a time to really start experimenting with, if it's not already done, to really think about this migration into IP. IP is also about skill sets. It's about learning new way. Here in the room we have proven case with ZBC and Soundstage Africa. They transformed the radio business from an analog system into an AS67 IP environment. I'll get to also the success stories in Africa. It's also about investing in new skill sets. Yesterday we heard that there was some fears of AI taking jobs. Well, guess what? IP can create more jobs. So if you want to expand your IT team, because you will need it to blend it with your broadcast engineering team, well, you can hire local talent, and those local talent can contribute to the success of the new workflows. At Lavo, we provide training as well. We have a free courses in what we call the Lavo Academy. Same with network fabrics like Cisco, Arista. those can really help you or help your team learn about those new skill sets. Just to sum it up quickly, it's really about the change in the routing aspect, going from an SDI router. Your IP backbone will be crucial, and with that, you will have a flexible production pipeline, and you can decentralize everything and have contribution coming in from different locations. As I mentioned, we took the IP road about 2 decades ago. For those who are not familiar with Ravenna, is actually our audio over IP protocol. And this protocol has been crucial in delivering in the big scenes. We're talking about the 2012 London Olympics, 2016 Rio Olympics, and also the World Cup, as you can see on this SVG press release. Most recently, our infrastructure was crucial into delivering on the big events. I'm not supposed to say the names, but from the picture, as you can see, the first picture in Doha and the second one in Germany, we provided full infrastructure from video, audio, and control system to the host providers. And million, if not billion, of people were able to see the pictures on those football events thanks to the Lavo infrastructure. Again, success stories in Africa. Here in the room, we have NBC with us. NBC transformed their radio workflow into an AS67 environment by opting for our Power Core and Diamond console. Multi-choice, they went through a complete transformation of their studios, going from full IP solutions, adopting the video, audio side, and also control. And they keep investing into the Lavo solution now that we're going more toward applications. And this is the interesting part and the sustainable part about having an IP-based infrastructure based on software functionalities. Again, ZBC is Fatini as well, here present with us in the room. And we really thank you for your trust in our brand. What happened is customers did rethink their infrastructure. They had a lot of pain points working with those analog systems. And with that, they came to Lavo, and we did engineer a solution together. We know that going IP is challenging, and with that, I would like to go a little bit back in time in 2018, where Lavo created an IP signal platform. This IP signal platform makes the migration to IP a bit simpler, so everything that is connected into the network fabric is discoverable via home. The reason why we created this is actually we did not want to overwhelm our customers, and the time that our engineering team deploy the project at the customer side, we want them to continue run with the system without really relying on expertise from Lavo, and with this comes in home. It really also takes into consideration the security aspect. So every device that is plugged into the network fabric goes into quarantine mode. And this is crucial. Think about a recording device that can connect to the fabric and then can have access to a premium content that you intend to push to your OTT platform later on. It is also open API. That means integration with different manufacturers possible. And from the previous presentation from Eddie, he mentioned that it is important to also have really collaboration between different manufacturers. And home is actually an open API. Just to show you the simplicity of using home. So what we offer is a variety of audio and video solutions that can be in the same city or different cities. Here we have the audio production consoles, MC2 36 or 56, or it could be your radio consoles. And the processing core is actually separate from the It could be sitting in a data center. And this is really the future-proof solution. So if you think about one A-line UHD that is sitting in the data center, it can share resources for up to 8 consoles. So with that, you can just buy a console and just add it to the existing system. You still need the hardware, of course, for the A-stage boxes that can be in a different city, or in the same venue. If you'd like to go the remote production way, our solution is wide area network ready. So really for the operators, they don't need to know the smart things that happens in the background. All we need is home to operate the system, and I'll get to the user interface here. And again, back to 2018, we had a product manager dedicated just for the user interface experience, how to make it simple within a click of buttons to really access devices and make some changes on those devices. As you can see here, .edge is the SDI IP edge device by Lavo. And you can name them really anything related to your operations. With Home, we made sure that also the simplicity of use is as the old analog days where you have sender to receiver, but you can send sender to receivers and the system does everything in the background. With Home comes all those protocols. We're talking about almost every protocol that is used in the broadcast industries, from uncompressed, compressed, 2110, SDI, NDI, etc. And one thing I forgot to mention, Home is actually free for every Lavo device. For other devices, you can have it, you can add every device at what we call a Home Pass, but this ecosystem actually comes for free. And every future development that will be done on Home will be available for you free of cost. And this is really the future sustainability of the ecosystem that we offer our customers. So, continuing with the presentation, would like to speak a little bit about the functionalities. What we believe in is that at Lavo, software applications is the way to go. The reason why we took this decision is actually to use the big IT industry to our advantage as broadcasters. NVIDIA, Dell, they keep improving the CPU, GPU capacities. And the good thing for you is that the cost is actually going down every year. Maybe 10 years from now, we're talking about a small chip that can do all the processing. Think about saving space in your OB van, in your facility, and all the flexibility that comes with that. So the good thing about software is that you can use it in perpetual, hybrid, or pure subscription, dependent on your business model. Just a comparison between the speed of development between FPGA solution and software solutions. And here, for those who are interested, just because I'm probably running out of time.
Absolutely, you are running out of time.
Apologies for that, but give me a few minutes. I'm done. I'll be done. I can show you, if I connect to the VPN, how easy you can spin broadcast applications based on COT servers. You can have a multi-viewer within 2 seconds. The way it goes is Home will talk to the resources on the COT server and will allocate those resources for this broadcast applications. I want to share with you this also to speak about the speed of development. All these applications have been developed within the last 3 years. We're talking about audio, video application, and also radio applications. This is simply not possible with FPGA solutions. It will take double the time, and also think about how much hardware you will be investing into your solution. I just want to actually share with you the latest development since the last time we met in Namibia, and Ralph did his presentation. So now we have a commentary app that is also working on COT server. It is using the WebRTC technology. So really, if you would like to have a remote production, all you need is Home. And from there, you can have access to the video streams. Your commentator will need only a microphone. It could be from Sennheiser or any other brand, and activate really a remote production. Think about the cost that you're saving with this operation. PowerCore app is also ready to ship at the end of this year. And the good thing is now it is also including NDI and SRT stream If you're thinking about having, let's say, a virtual radio, you can have those included within one server, let's say, including home, the DSP processing, and also to have, let's say, application like multi-viewers for those cameras. And I'm almost done. Apologies for everyone. The future sustainability part comes from decoupling software from hardware. Actually, on this Dell server, it could be any brand. You can have different applications running on the same dedicated hardware. And we have also integration with brands like Dataminer to control the consumption of the power consumption, and also to see how many resources are being utilized. So you can have really a multi-viewer, a stream transcoder, an audio. Actually, I did not mention this, but you can also have a vision mixer running on this COT server. Think about the rack space that you're saving, and think about also it will be less costly for you at the end.
Brahim, can I allow you to wrap up in a minute so you can also give the...
Absolutely.
Yeah, our time is really bad.
I just want to, so I have a minute, I'll make it fast. I want to talk about the credit system. So with Lavo, you can have credits available for you. You can spin up application when you need them. Think about a production that you have a month from now. You can allocate those resources. Once your production is done, you can put it back in your wallet, and it will be immediately available for you. With the speed of development that we're having for future application, if you have enough credit in your wallet, those applications will be for free. With this, you're maximizing utilization, minimizing cost. This is what we call a modern infrastructure looks like. You have the physical IOs. We still need hardware to have inputs and outputs, local network where the processing happens, and also if you need 5G or cloud public internet, our solution is also cloud native. Just want to summarize it with a quote from Benjamin. Is he here? Would you like to read it, or would you do me the honor? Perfect. I'm just going to take it from the second sentence, which is, the future will be won by those who can diversify revenue, build partnership, and engage audience on every platform they use. Addressing this is not optional, it's a matter of survival. And as a reliable technology partner, I couldn't agree with this. I couldn't agree more with this. And what we offer is really a sustainable and future-proof technology. Again, apologies for running out of time. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Brahim Jelassi from LAWO. Yeah, that was quite a very elaborately short presentation. Please, to our speakers also, let's be aware of the time, guys. We are really...
Wow, Mark, what an interesting presentation that we've just seen there on the application of AI. One of the things that I really caught was that there is need to rethink infrastructure, and there is need to invest into equipment and devices for us to be able to apply AI in its fullest.
Yes, they also touched on the need to upskill and upscale, meaning that the issue of being able to use the new technology that is coming into the works as we are moving forward with broadcasting. It was very insightful, and I think that is going to be an interesting turn of events for today as well.
Indeed, indeed. So it shows that we cannot just dream of AI, but there's need for investments, there's need for looking for knowledge as well. And so that means for us as broadcasters, there's need for us to be educated more on how to use digital platforms and these other new devices that were being talked about. It seems more of a technical language, but quite interesting.
Yes, and also taking us back to yesterday, we had a lot of keynote speakers that were really touching on what it is to be a broadcaster and what kind of content we are looking to produce after the conference, and what kind of credibility we need to improve on issues to do with AI. And today, moving on, we are going to be still looking at the same topics of AI and focusing on skilling.
Indeed, and so we believe this has been a fruitful convention, SABA 2025 here at Victoria Falls Safari Lodge, and bringing us to the end of the first session. The day will be going on, but from us, it's a goodbye, and tomorrow they will be having the 31st Annual General Assembly meeting of the SABA to just probably round up on all that has been discussed and the way forward. But from us, Mark?
Yes, we will be back, and please stay tuned.
Experience the majesty of Africa at the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025, proudly hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, ZBC, and the Southern Africa Broadcasting Association, SABA. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Victoria Falls, one of the world's 7 natural wonders, this year's convention invites you to a place where the mighty Zambezi River plunges into a deep chasm, creating a spectacular curtain of water that captivates all who behold it. The locals call it Mosia Tunya, the smoke that thunders. This awe-inspiring setting provides the perfect stage for broadcasters from across Africa to gather, share insights, and explore the innovations shaping the future of media under the theme Content, Connectivity, Collaboration, Transforming Africa's Broadcast Media Landscape in the AI Era. Join us as ZBC welcomes you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for the Broadcasters Convention, Southern Africa 2025. Feel free, feel at home, you're home away from home. ZBC, proud host of the 2025 SABA Conference.
Current Affairs are your window into Zimbabwe, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Join us for unscripted live events, state functions, parliamentary debates, independence, heroes and defense forces celebrations, and many more. We are committed to telling the unbiased Zimbabwean story, giving you unfettered access to the latest news and developments shaping our nation. From the streets of Harare to the world stage, Current Affairs brings you the stories that matter most to Zimbabweans. Don't miss out on our in-depth coverage of local and international issues, expert analysis, and thought-provoking discussions. ZBC Current Affairs, where the world meets Zimbabwe. Stay informed, stay engaged, and stay ahead.
Welcome back to the second day of the Southern Africa Broadcasters Convention right here in the resort town of Victoria Falls. I'm now joined by the Director General of a special institute in Zambia, but I'm going to ask him first just to tell us a little bit about what your institution does in Zambia.
Well, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here on this show, and I'm looking forward to a great conversation. I am the Director General of the Independent Broadcasting Authority. Precisely, we are the regulator of the broadcasting industry in Zambia. And I've been in this role in just slightly over a month now.
So one of the beautiful things when we start talking regulation of the media spaces is you look at the transition that is taking place in the media itself. And I just want to find out from you, regional integration of broadcasting is on the talks, it's in the pipeline. And the issues of harmonization of policies that govern the industry are trending. How can we approach governance issues from a regional perspective as a bloc?
That's a very important question. And I think before I unpack that question, I'd like to share with you a very famous African saying, which goes like this. Maybe it's not exactly the way I put it, but it says something along the lines that when you go alone, you go far. When you go together, you go further.
In Shona, we have an idiom like that. It's chara chingwe hachitskwani inda.
Oh, it's probably originated from Shona. So I've just given you the English version. But basically, I think the essence is that when you do things alone, you achieve piecemeal results. But when you do things together, you achieve bigger outcomes. And I think that as a region, I mean, the founders of the Southern African Development Community, our forefathers, the Kenneth Kaundas, the Robert Mugabes, the Ketumere Masires of, this region, their vision was that we should deal with our issues in the region as a united front, because there are better and bigger outcomes when you drive policy initiatives in a much more united approach. So it same applies in terms of broadly how the industry, the broadcasting industry, has evolved in the region, how technology is advancing that. Are there possible synergies that could be gathered together across different countries within the region to help us drive the industry in the path that is also being influenced by the growth in digital and technological innovation. Are there, processes to benchmark and pretty much maybe streamline and align, some of our policy, positions around the sector, and so that we are also not left behind, because technology is moving very fast, and it's possible that there are some other markets. Yesterday, I was speaking to the acting director general of the Broadcasting Authority of Zimbabwe, and he was sharing with me, some very interesting developments and innovations. And I'm actually keen. I'll be having a formal engagement with him. We're actually keen also to learn from what Zimbabwe is doing, what probably we can, maybe replicate in Zambia where it is possible. But I think just to answer your question is that if we took a much more united approach, maybe through our government policy institutions, whether it's the ministries of information, broadcast, or media, and try to drive our regulatory evolution in a more united approach.
Now, AI has enhanced the order of doing business in newsrooms and in the broadcasting sector, but also it poses a threat to operations in the very same sector. How can we navigate the precarious governance landscapes that come with the challenges that AI presents, but also the opportunities that we can leverage on as a bloc?
Yes, AI is basically there, I think, to help us get more efficient or improve, even maybe starting from ideation, whether it's content ideation, it's even a quick research on news ideas. But that doesn't mean that we should wholesomely just rely on AI and abandon our human creativity. It is also, remember that, especially for broadcasting, broadcast is anchored on a few key tenets. It's about truthfulness, it's about accuracy. AI sometimes will not give you the level of accuracy or truthfulness that is required, is fundamental, especially when it comes to news content. But the human intervention in the gathering and packaging of news, comes in still a bit more superior to AI, because the human being is able to talk to real news sources, collaborate, different sets of data and facts, and package them in a way that probably AI has not reached that capability. Having said that, I think AI can be foundational in the work, especially in the newsrooms, but it also then requires that media houses begin to put together policies and guidelines on how AI can be utilized in a way that is ethical, but in a way that it doesn't take away from the key tenets of journalism, which is really like truthfulness and accuracy and real sort of human content.
Thank you so much for pointing that out. Maybe just a quick reflection on some of the presentations that we given today, as well as yesterday. What has made you excited as IBZ?
I think for me, there's been a lot of focus on how technology is broadly reshaping how content is gathered, is packaged, is transmitted, and also how then it is consumed, by audiences. And I've listened to quite a number of solutions that are currently existing. It's unbelievable that just a few years ago we were talking about a switch from analog TV to digital, and now we are talking more to sort of more advanced, even cloud-based solutions, IP systems. And I think that as regulators, it places a higher demand on us to be more proactive in terms of how we look at our regulatory frameworks in a way that we start to rethink to make sure that we are equipped, or our regulatory frameworks are designed in a way that we are up to speed with what is happening on the technological side.
Thank you so much, Director General Webster Malindo from Zambia's Independent Broadcasting Authority, for sharing your insights. We will continue to catch up with you so that we understand some of the issues around governance as we prepare for the launch of the regional television station for the Southern African region. Thank you so much for joining me today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Tomorrow. And I think this is the rub of it, and this is one of the most important things, because we are all here for the elegance of what Victoria Falls have to offer us. Prof, I'm going to give you a fine, $200, because now you're having another session, and I'm putting you on the spot. There's a camera looking at you now, and $200, yes, agree? Okay, so we are all good. Thank you. So tomorrow there is the AGM, the SABA AGM, which includes the SABA board meeting. And after that, we are going to be having the tour. So there is a variety of activities that has been lined up. I think two of them is you're all been invited to come on, which is the one where we go visiting Victoria Falls. And then there is also the boat cruise. And there are a few others that you may have seen. that is, if you want to plan for it, if you want it, you have to make contact with the organizers, and they will help you connect to how you get it done. But bottom line is, tomorrow is when we're going to, well, starting from tonight, we start having the fun part. For today, we are going to be going into the knowledge and resourcing situation that we have. My job now is to welcome you to the panel on streaming. Streaming is an important issue, as you know, and I'm going to be joined by our key panelists. I'm going to call upon them if I can get to the, yeah. So I have a number of panelists in the room, and I have a number of panelists sitting online. But first, let me bring in the room Mr. Stephen Watson. Is Stephen in the room? Oh yes, there he is. Stephen, can we please give Stephen a round of applause? Stephen is the CEO of Discover Digital. And also following him will be Tinashe Ziswa from Tallgrass Media. Tinashe, please join us. Also joining us, Itumeleng Segelo from Centec. Itumele, you thought I was joking. Please take your seat. And I think virtually we have been joined by Quinta Mbori and also Elenia Siveka from Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I think, yeah, we can see both of them online. So we'll be moderating the panel with the gentlemen with me and the ladies joining us online. This is a session, it's a panel session that is actually close to my heart, because as you will see when things develop in this session, and as you already know as broadcasters, the issue of streaming is supposed to be a non-issue because this is what we do today. But from the perspective of Broadcast Media Africa, we conduct a regular research and surveys and research into the state of play of streaming platforms in Africa with our broadcasting partner. And unfortunately, it's still very low in terms of actual streaming, and emphasize the word actual streaming play. Because it's not, we are not streaming, and we ask this question all the time. People say that is what they are doing. Most people, about 70% still. We don't consider that you are streaming when you are putting your content on YouTube, just so people can access it anywhere. You are just online. So apart from the fact that we have a dedicated event, dedicated summit, that actually focuses 100% on OTT streaming play, which is going to happen next February in Cape Town. We've been doing that here for 6 years. I thought it is important when we have a congregation like this to also talk about the issue of streaming. And I'm delighted that joining me are the people that are actually driving the show in Africa. So we will be hearing from a variety of perspectives, from the streaming play provider, this technology provider, the service provider, and then the people that are actually using. And I want to hear, guys, I want to hear from you in the audience. So please be ready, be prepared for when we come to you. I'm not the one that say, if you have any questions, raise your hand. I just come to you. I come to you, Deshni. That is it. I'll come to you, Mary. I'll come to you and ask you questions, because I know that when I pick on you, you will give us something that we can take home with. But first, I want to bring in my panelists. So we'll start with Itums. Please just recap with an introduction of yourself and what you guys are currently doing in the space of streaming. Then we jump up to my gentleman Dineshe, and then also with my brother Stephen.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you this morning? As I've been introduced, my name is Itumele. It's a Tswana name meaning be happy or rejoice. So Itumeleng Sekgalwe, please do connect with me through LinkedIn. People have been asking for my business card, so I ran out of that because we're now in the digital world. So I'm Itumeleng Sekgalwe. I'm the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer at Centec. Basically, my role is to drive the corporate data strategy and other partnerships. In terms of briefly, we have launched what we call Free Vision Play in Centec. So it's a independent, neutral, free. We'll talk about that more.
Excellent. We will indeed talk about that more, and that is the reason why you are sitting here, my friend. Tinashe, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tinashe Ziswa. An award-winning filmmaker and producer, producing content here in Harare, Zimbabwe. So I have a company that's called Tall Grass Media. And we basically produce content across Africa, producing content that's authentically African, that tells our story. And so we've produced content for the likes of ZBC, DSTV, news channels, Euronews, Al Jazeera. So I'm here basically just to talk about how we operate and how we distribute our content and stream.
Certainly, and not just how you operate and distribute, also the relationship you have with the streaming platforms and how that, as content producers, which is very important because you can have all the platforms you have, if you don't have content on it, you're joking. I mean, it's not going to happen. So I want to especially hear from you, what has that relationship been and how you can, make it better. But we'll come back to that when we start talking about it. I have 35 minutes, so I'll try and manage it so I don't overshoot the time. I want to do that, but I'm going to keep to time this time, I promise. Stephen.
Thanks, Benjamin. Look, I think everybody had the opportunity to meet me yesterday, so I won't do a long introduction, but
audience you see within the African landscape, how are they affecting the streaming play? And how is the streaming play shaping how audience what they watch, what they listen to, and how they interact with media? As we see it now, what's your take?
So I think it's important that we split the audience into because the adoption of streaming platforms by the youth is significantly higher than your more mature audience who have habitually been used to sitting on the couch and watching linear TV. I think I shared yesterday some of the Nielsen reports how streaming in mature markets has now overtaken traditional television. But what was really interesting to me is if you look at IMG's report on sports consumption, is that for years they've been talking about the mobile phone being the complementary device, the second device. It's now the primary device, particularly amongst the youth. And I spoke very briefly in terms of content formats that 9 by 16 short format content has overtaken the 16 by 9 consumption long format on streaming, which is not unexpected if you consider TikTok, Insta, LinkedIn are all talking about the increased use of video within their platforms. Obviously some of them are video only, but LinkedIn is just talking about exponential growth of video content, which was traditionally a platform where we would consume business content in pictures and written text. So it is imperative, as I shared yesterday, that broadcasters don't look at OTT now as a complementary technology. It is like buying additional satellite capacity because your audience moved. And you have to reach your audience where they're at. They're not going to wait for you. They will shift into wherever else they can find the content. And that's why we see a lot of broadcasters, as we shared yesterday, with the exception of NBC, turning to the likes of YouTube when they can't get into this space.
That's a very interesting point you've just made. Now, when you see the landscape of the broadcast situation on this continent, as you talk to them, are they responding, or how are they responding to that need to go with the audience? Where are you finding them? I ask because if we know where someone is, we can see how we can move with them. What is your conversations with broadcasters like? Based on your experience in the past, and what you see now and what you can project going forward?
I think there's an absolute acknowledgement of the need. There's an absolute will to move into the OTT space. What has held them back? Skills. A thorough understanding of how that space differs. How do you monetize any cost to the business? I spoke yesterday openly that I'm not a fan and believer of hybrids. I'm not a fan of transactional video on demand, pay-per-view, subscriptional video on demand in Africa. Everybody who's tried it has made significant losses. I said take one takeaway, that Africans are allergic to paying for content, and I absolutely stand by that. So that means for free-to-air broadcasters, stay in the free space. That limits your monetization strategy to both direct and programmatic advertising. That in its own world is a completely different sales pitch to traditional television advertising sales. So it's not just about understanding the technology and the system integrations that's required to deliver your world live and scheduled into the OTT space, but it's having a thorough understanding of the strategy and where the market is in terms of that AVOD monetization. So there's absolutely a will, there's absolutely an acknowledgement of the need. Where do we find them? With no resources, from both a skills perspective or a financials perspective, to have cleared budgets to invest in the strategy. As I mentioned yesterday, there are many low-cost pay-as-you-grow OTT platforms that you can start up for $100. It's not a cost factor. Centec has spoken to, you can go onto the aggregated service with other channels. We've mentioned that we've now put all of our technology into a world where it's free. So cost is no longer a factor. So it only can come down to resources and skills from a human being, human resource perspective, human capital, and making sure, and I advocate, don't walk the road that other people have already walked and make the same mistakes. You can learn massive lessons from the giants that have fallen before you.
Absolutely. And we will get into some of those issues before we close the panel. Nico, let me swing right back to you. From your experience within what you are doing, especially with MBC Plus, can you tell our audience, or can you tell everyone here and everyone watching from online, what has your audience situation been since you launched and operating MBC Plus? What is the audience profile? And more importantly, what sort of content situation have you been able to put on the platform that may or may not have made the audience grown? I will let you take over from there and just contextualize what's happening within the MBC Plus right now for us.
Thank you, Benjamin. But before I jump into the NBC Plus, maybe let me just share with the audience in terms of who NBC is. So NBC is a public broadcaster, but the beauty about us, we are not only broadcasting, but we are also a signal distribution company as well. And as we have heard from our Director General, who's the President of SABA, we position ourselves to become a fully fledged ISP as well, where maybe early next year, Q2 of next year, we might be running an MVNO. So that's what NBC is all about. So within the space of OTT, we launched our first platform in 2018. It's been shaky. We have changed it 3 times. Where we are now, the platform is very stable. We are commanding 155,000 plus users per month. Our platform is free. You just have to register. And then you have access to linear channels. That's 3 television channels that we are running. So that's NBC1, NBC2, as well as NBC3. And then we have 11 radio stations cutting across all the languages that are spoken in Namibia. Now, we are actually tracking through the content distribution network. We can see in terms of the analytics. So what we have been being exposed to from data's perspective is that most of our audiences are watching 4 hours on average per day. So they have taken the same pattern as the normal linear television. We saw it with a company called NEPA that did the audience research. It indicated that on average, an average Namibian household watches TV 4 hours. That's from 1,800 hours until 2,100 hours. So we've seen the same pattern now within the OTT space, where most of the people, they are consuming or streaming on our platform 4 hours on average per day.
Right. I want to dip into that again and ask you as a broadcaster, because Stephen said something just now, which is what we also see in the research, but I want you to validate that or invalidate it. From where you sit, are you seeing more engagement on the OTT play via the mobile phones, or is it still more of the traditional play? Because you are doing both. Which one is gaining more traction? Which one is in the upward trajectory from your point of view?
Indeed, from the conventional way, it's very difficult for us to gauge in terms of the behaviors of audiences, because we don't have real statistics that you get immediately whatsoever platform that you are using, like the US, right? So, but what we can see is from the OTT side of things, we see a high demand or a high need. This is triggered by the investment within the telcos, because if we look in terms of the internet penetration rate in Namibia, it's just above 58%. So that's on fiber. But when we look in terms of mobile, there are more cell phones in the country compared to the population. So we have 100% plus penetration rate on the mobile side of things. So therefore, we can see that indeed there's been some significant growth in terms of user patterns from our audiences. What we did is we were not ready when we relaunched the app, because the bandwidth, when you are seeing a surge in terms of usage, the bandwidth consumption was quite scary. We were running on a layer 2, which is a point-to-point 100 megabits per second. Then we took an executive decision with my boss. We migrated our content distribution network into a telecom data center. So at the moment, our CDNA is being hosted at the Paratus Telecom data center. We are running on a 200 megabits per second in terms of bandwidth, which means that we can have easily 50,000 simultaneous people who are streaming the platform without any buffering. Going forward, we want actually to integrate within the Internet Exchange because we believe that local bandwidth should be for free. 95% of our users are Namibians. They are within the borders of Namibia. 5% is beyond. So therefore, once we go into the Internet Exchange, it means that we won't be paying for any local bandwidth cost. We'll only pay for international costs.
All right. I want to do quick fire with you because I want to stay with you and then go to others. I don't know if I'm going to come back to you again because of the time. So quick fire. How is MBC Plus currently being monetized? Is it just AVOD or are you subscribing or are you doing both?
Monetization, we are only doing AVOD. So, but what we are planning going forward, the NBC Plus architecture is built on the MEM. We have now implemented a new playout system. So we are looking at an integration between the playout system as well as the MEM so that going forward we can do catch-up. So we spoke about AI yesterday. So our aim is basically to have a logarithm within the value chain of the system whereby the news, prime news of last night, 8 o'clock news, automatically is catched up, and then we put a premium. Pay for the
catch-up.
Then we put a premium between 5 Namibian dollars equivalent to 5 rand just for that, because we believe there's a certain segment that is actually needing or they are interested within that content, which is prime time.
Right, that brings into the question, which I don't think you want to go into because of time, of the public broadcasters here. They're going to launch OTT. They have a mandate to provide content free to the audiences. If you start to charge for it, you will have to have a way to explain yourself to charge for the content. I know it's VOD, video on demand you're charging for, and the others is advertising, but it's a question that people need to find a way to answer. Now, we have to deliver content free as mandate, but now they're asking me to pay for it, right? How you do it, probably when we get to February, you'll be able to expand on that a little bit more. Do you want quickly, 30 seconds?
A quick one. On the migration from the C-band to a KU band, which is DTH, that's for free. What you require just a dish and a set-top box, and then you have to pay your television licenses. Because if you don't pay your television licenses, what we are putting within the system itself will be that we'll suspend you. Because we've upgraded our head end, so we have a conditional access called Nagira within the head end, and then we have CRM element that will be integrated from the ITVA licenses database to the setup box to the head end. So you don't pay, we cut you off. So that's free. But on OTT, it's free as well as television and radio linear. But when we introduce the element of catch-up VOD, you have to pay.
You have to pay. Okay, I see that. Thank you. I'll come to you, Itums, before I go to the content guy, because I have a bunch of questions for you as well. Itums, with what you are doing with Free Vision Play, can you just introduce it again and tell us, is Free Vision Play a content aggregator streaming platform? What is it? And then I will ask you some quick fire questions as well to get some knowledge, and then we'll move forward.
Yeah, thank you. Free Vision Play, we launched it last year in the same BMA occasion. What is it? It's really a migration from what we traditionally do in terms of heavy infrastructure. We use a lot of towers, satellite, and other infrastructure that are very expensive. So, as Steve Ovo said, the audience have moved. So we're moving with the audience to say, what can we do? We are not a broadcaster, we are an aggregator, to your question. So we invite all the broadcasters to come and play, as the word Vision Play, play in the platform. At the moment, it's for free. We come. We've got a lot of. Now we are growing in terms of the broadcasters.
So are you saying that they should not have their own streaming platform? They should bring their platform to you. You should host them. Is that what Free Vision Play is proposing?
I guess they have a choice. We don't force anyone.
But we would like to recommend that. Yeah, so, but look,
Again,
for
so-
you to save your cost, you don't want to be investing in a lot of infrastructure as a broadcaster. It's very expensive. Steve Over will tell you the CDN just to build a content distribution network is very costly. So, because Centec, we are more of an infrastructure. We don't mind to say we want to invest in infrastructure. But focus on what you do best as a broadcaster. Leave it to us. Focus on your content creation. But if you want going along, it's still fine. But we just encourage both for radio and TV. So if you look at our app now, it's growing. Users coming in, but we have not really monetized it yet. We're still building monetization.
I will ask you a question about the monetization quickly, but before that, is free vision play a pure South African situation, or you are taking let's call it membership all over the continent.
We take it all over. Now we have a broadcaster from Nigeria.
Why are you asking me?
Yeah. I want you to agree with me.
Because you are from
there.
I know. It's okay. You are with us in March, right? You were with us in Lagos in March. Yeah. So it's Wazobia TV.
So we're talking to Eswatini TV. Everyone, I mean, Lesotho will be joining us. So it's an African approach, originally from South Africa, but our approach and focus is the entire Africa.
I ask you that question because I wanted the audience to understand that the context for free vision play is Pan-African, and people should talk to you to see how they can help you them get onto the streaming play. Finally, you say you are not sure on the monetization situation yet. Where are you going to go? Is it going to be AVOD or what?
We are building the users. We are building the broadcasting to come on board. So there are a number of options that we are looking at in terms of monetization.
Okay.
But for now, we were looking at revenue share in terms of advert.
That's where I wanted you to press in. So if you come to your platform, we'll be talking about sharing revenues. So broadcasters can get some money from what you get on the platform. Okay, fine. I will come to you real quick, the content producer. How is a typical African content producer seeing the streaming play? And how are you engaging with streamers? And are they making your life easy? Are they making your life difficult?
I think when it comes to engaging with streamers, streamers have become much more easier to engage with over the last few years. The barrier of entry has become much more easier, and the demand for premium quality content is very high because the audience, they want content quickly and they want content now. So you find that so long as you've got good quality content and you can advertise for it well, and it's a long format, streamers will actually come to you rather than you approaching streamers most of the time. They actually want most of the content that you produce if you advertise for it well.
So now, when you produce a good content, you probably approach the TV station like ZBC, and you do a deal with them. Maybe they commission you, maybe you do a deal with them to put the content on the platform, on the free-to-air platform. I don't know the context within the NBC ecosystem, I mean, the Zimbabwe ecosystem when it comes to streaming, but generally, how would you now, as a content producer, how would you go through the value chain in the streaming play? I mean, if you use the case of Netflix and the other guys, they got it all set up, but within the African space, how are you finding to say, okay, I have this content, I want, as a streaming window, I want to approach a streamer. Do they commission it? How does it work? How do you distribute your content in the streaming play? That's what I'm asking.
So there's a variety of contracts that exist between the streamers and the broadcasters. I'll give an example of my context in my productions, where we will have a product and then we'll have an arrangement with ZBC where they stream our content. And it's an exchange for advertising space later on. But as a producer, you find that the best way to monetize is actually whether it's during product placement or getting a relevant sponsor to get involved into your project. So if it's, for example, like advertising in the show, you can have your product placements, you can have your Econet brand, you can have your juice brands or on who are present. And then for sponsors, if you're doing like a podcast or you are doing a talking head, you'll find that there are certain organizations that are willing to plow money into your show. And the advantage that you have is you're putting your show on the national broadcaster. So you're reaching the entire nation and above for your show. So for them, it's the reach that they get, right? Because this is a major opportunity for them. And then also with the broadcasters, there's then an additional advantage of you can then take your show and then put it on your other platforms such as YouTube and WhatsApp and so on. So that's now an additional audience that you're capturing there. That's the same advertisers are benefiting from.
Okay. You can put your show on WhatsApp, you said?
Yeah, so like if you can, especially if your show is short enough, like if it's a 1 minute show, if it's a 1 minute ad or something,
okay.
you can literally,
yeah.
Facebook, I think Meta has features where you don't even need to exit WhatsApp now. It just plays directly from your app, which is which especially if you're like your audience and you don't have access to Facebook and all these it's a big advantage to them.
All right, let's move on. I've been told I have less than 5 minutes, and I still want to go through some of the issues before I start getting the wrap-up. Stephen, I want to come to you real quick. The issue of advertising, because you're saying that that's your proposition. It's going to be purely, people should just think about funding this thing with advertising. But the question is, how can local streamers, how can they attract advertisers in a world where most advertisers are still preferring the regular traditional TV play? You get that?
So for me, it's no longer a case of the revenue that the advertisers would spend in traditional television. If you look at the shift in the market from advertising spend, it all used to be TV, radio, outdoor. And now the budgets are broken up into outdoor, TV, radio, and digital. And you're fighting for the share of the digital wallet because the advertiser also knows the consumer has moved and you're not able to capture their full attention if you only stay in those two traditional mediums. So that's the key area for us. And the challenge is to create a marketplace where you've got consistency in your monthly average users that becomes attractive to the programmatic auctions. And I mentioned yesterday that we've now integrated it worldwide into that programmatic space. Adform, Trade Desk, Magnite, all of the big players. So that brands who literally just have a spend and are putting, I want to track people in Namibia, I want to track people in Zimbabwe, they're going to spend on your platform, providing your CPM rate is market related. And this is where the big difference is from selling a 30-second commercial on the news. And I just wanted to say, just in response to some of the comments, that when I really encourage you to look at the road traveled by others and learn from them and even engage those executives. So, you know, Nico was just talking about a hybrid. And yesterday I was super encouraged to hear that this is one broadcaster who hasn't put their content on YouTube so that they can own the customer. It was super encouraging to hear the Honourable Minister this morning saying, when you're on social media, who owns the algorithms? Who owns the customer? Who's deciding what adverts are served to that customer? The social media players, not you. So I advocate flirt on social media, as I said yesterday, but do all your dating at home, have your own platform. And I'm willing to lay a bet, because this will probably be my closing remark. We ran a hybrid with Telkom One. They had some content behind a paywall, and they had all of the SABC's channels and radios for free. And when people came onto the service and they saw that word subscribe or a payment gateway, they said, why must I pay when it's free everywhere else? So I'm willing to bet Nico that at the next SABA conference, if he's launched his pay service for catch-up, I'm willing to bet him a free OTT service for SPC's life, including the cost of the CDNs, that it will not work and will not have any material traction.
I have 130 witnesses in this room.
Bring it.
Excellent. So you take that bet, right? You take that bet, okay.
Let's put a wager on it. A material. If you earn more than $50,000 on your subscription for paid TV catch-up at $5, if you're going to do in-app purchasing, Apple's going to take 30%. The credit card companies are going to take their portion. And 60% of Africa is unbanked. Take the bet. $50,000, you do it more free OTT service for life, including the CDN costs.
As a referee, yes. Nico, can you quickly address that and then your closing summary? Then I'll take closing summary from you and then final closing summary from you as well, and then we can wrap up.
Thank you. No, I take the bet because we do have a revenue stream already that is existing within the conventional platform. It's called dubbings. I don't know if other broadcasters have the same. So now and then we receive requests from people who are peers on our platforms. They want to buy that content. So whatever strategies that we do, it's driven by analytics. So we looked in terms of how much are we making from dubbings. Why don't we now just create a VOD element to it so people can buy it straight from NBC Plus mobile app, and then we get the money. At the moment, we are still using the traditional way. They'll call in, send emails. Oh, I was on TV last night. I want to watch myself on news. Can I have that footage? I'm willing to pay for it. So there is demand already. So we are just changing now the traditional way into a modernized way so that we can collect this money. I take the bet. In concluding remarks, indeed there's a lot of opportunities within this space. We have seen the numbers. But what we are trying to do from NBC side is try to have 100% network coverage cost effectively. So that's our key vision in terms of where we want to go. So therefore, having a hybrid model, which is satellite, OTT, it gives us momentum actually to attract more audiences. So for a person who doesn't want to have an OTT platform, can still use the conventional way, can still watch our channels on the normal television set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nico. Thank you. Right, I'm calling for time now. But before then, quick one, 30 seconds, please. Your closing remarks.
Yeah. No, from Centec perspective, look, what we want to do, we want to ease the pain for broadcasters. We are an infrastructure player. We're just saying we have this new platform called Free Vision Play. Come and network with us. Come and partner with us. We will release and relieve your pain in terms of investment. And it's, as we said, it's a journey for us. Let's experiment together. And one thing for sure, we won't own your content. The content is still yours. We don't do anything. Your content is free. Your content is yours, and we are also African. We are moving to Africa. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And Tinashe, final but not least.
Thank you. I think as a content producer, broadcasters play a pivotal role for us, because channels such as streaming channels such as YouTube, Twitch, and so on, they are not African. They don't care about what content we produce and who it goes to. Whereas for broadcasters, that is where we really rely on you, and that's our domain to really play and show our content. So your support to the content producers is really pivotal to the success of everything.
Very pivotal. Oh, Stephen.
My last 30 seconds?
All right, okay. All right, you go.
By the next conference, ZBC Plus will be the biggest streaming platform on the continent.
Wow, okay. Thank you very much. and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our panel where we've had a bet on the show. And I'm actually eager to see who wins the bet, but, you know, we'll probably start unpacking that when we get to Cape Town in February, if that's not too early, to start distributing the proceeds of the bet. But thank you very much. The panelists, ladies and gentlemen, can we please appreciate them as we take a group photograph together.
I have to say, we will allow panelists to remain by just here for a photo session, but I love the fact that there's bets, there's targets, and that's what we're talking about. It's important that when we actually put bets and targets, it will ensure that we are more creative. And
what did Steve say about Cape Town? What did you say you were doing in Cape Town? Next. Yeah, what did he say? What was his pledge there at the end?
I think it's, what was it bet to do? Money.
It's money?
It's always money.
Please also add on that money that you're going to give them the fees for the MCs that are going to be there in Cape Town. Shall we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
I also love the fact that Steve spoke about ZBC TV. I saw the ZBC board chair and CEO smiling and nodding their heads. And after all, ZBC are the pioneers of local content. Yeah? Yes.
There you go.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Benjamin Pius, and our panelists. It has been an engaging panel session. And while they're getting to their seats, we are moving fast track, Ferrari speed. So we're getting straight into the next part of the panel sessions. And this time, I think we're simply going to be building on the conversation that was had while they were speaking the content streaming game in Africa, what is viable, what is not, and how to win at it. It also spoke about how to leverage and make money out of that content, those streaming platforms. But how then do we ensure that we also follow the money? Yes, those platforms, those partnerships, and new revenue models.
Absolutely. So we're going to ask Davis Kabuswe, the Executive President of Sun Broadcasting Holdings, to come through and moderate this next session. Davis, are you in the building?
Yes.
There we go. So can we actually clap hands for Davis for keeping time in the next session?
Absolutely. And Davis Mwapoleni, Mulishani Mkwai.
Mkwai Mulishani.
Mkwai, and you know what we say, time is money.
Correct.
All right.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon, actually. Yeah, well, I was still in the morning. Let me start by, first of all, picking up a fight with my colleagues from Zimbabwe. Victoria Falls is in Zambia. Victoria Falls is in Zambia. It's not in Zimbabwe, it's in Zambia.
Soundman, can you...
That fight has gone on forever.
You can switch off the mic when he talks about Zambia, as Victoria Falls being in Zambia. There can be a sound glitch. Please go ahead, Davis.
All right. So we are going to talk about following the money. And obviously, it's more of a follow-up to the discussions that we're just from, listening to. I'm going to do this slightly different. First of all, I'll obviously invite the panelists. I want to believe we are supposed to have some panelists online. Do we? Do we have some panelists online? All right, I want to see the panelists online. Daniel from Arts TV Ethiopia. Do we have Daniel? Do we have Daniel? And also Robbie Ochieng, also supposed to be online. If I could have those panelists online, please let me know. But then let me invite those that are in the audience. We have Nada Oshela. Please come through. Nada Oshela is from South African Broadcasting Corporation. Iron lady, I must say. Then we also have Dr. Maxwell Piri from Zambia. Dr. Maxwell Piri is the Director, Administration, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation, ZNBC, or Public Broadcaster. You're welcome, sir. And do we have Emmanuel Munyarukumbuzi? I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Rwanda National TV. Please, if you can take that one there. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm also supposed to have, I'm not sure if you are here, Winston Agaba from Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Not here? Okay. All right. So, online, we have Robbie. Is that Robbie? I want to believe that should be Robbie. It's frozen. Okay, we shall go ahead and have this conversation. First of all, I'm going to allow the panelists to introduce yourselves. And as you introduce yourselves, please tell us how you're following the money, because we want to learn from you. And like I said, I want to do it differently in order to cut on time. I will allow participation from the audience. So if you feel the urge to talk to the panelists or bring up a point, please just raise your hand and then I'll come to you. I'll ask the microphone to be sent to you. That will help us to have an engaging discussion. So I'll start with you, Dr. Piri.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm coming from the twin sister for Zimbabwe, Zambia. I'm running the human capital for ZNBC and the strategic intent. So somebody can wonder why HR. Our HR has changed and evolved in Zambia. We are strategic partners. Hence, we need to appreciate what's happening in the business. So arising from the question from the MC about what are we learning, I think good takeaways. I think yesterday there was a takeaway on artificial intelligence, which was very key. And also today about live streaming. I think that is key, and that's a takeaway home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Piri, for those remarks. I'll go to you, Nada. Please tell us about yourself and how you're following the money.
Thank you so much. It is quite an honor for me to participate in this panel, talking about something that I love, but I think everybody loves money, hey?
Of course, of course.
My name is Nada Wachela. I'm the group executive for SABC Radio. I've been with the SABC for most of my adult life, yeah? So I'm not going to give away my age. I only worked, I think, for 2 years outside of the SABC before I joined the SABC in 1999. And I have been in radio in one way or another, starting as a presenter, producer, in marketing, program manager, and so on. So the SABC, a colleague of mine once said that we're a commercial broadcaster that carries a public mandate, because that's exactly what we do. We are the most commercial public broadcaster, I think, in the world, because we rely 87% on advertising revenue or commercial revenue that we generate ourselves. We only get about 3% of our revenue or a grant, you know, in our budget from the government. And then the other 10 is supposed to people do not like paying for content. People that are paying are people who have always paid, like the old people who are now, it's a generation that is disappearing. South Africa's median age is 27, so it's quite a young country. So you can imagine that 10% has been declining, continues to decline. So we have to use the entire ecosystem that we have at our disposal to generate revenue. We all know that advertising as we know it, your 30-second sport or your sponsored programs and outside broadcasts are no longer what the client wants. And the client knows there are other ways to engage with their consumers, other than the terrestrial platforms. We are just fortunate as South Africa that we still have a large number of our population depending on the public broadcaster for information. So radio is still commanding a lot of advertising revenue. Of course, the commercial competitors, are able, because they have very agile systems to get to the revenue faster than us. But we're still over-reliant on the advertising revenue. However, like I said, the entire ecosystem presents us with new opportunities to make money. So we've delved into events, we've delved into merchandise, online, advertising. We're setting up currently a podcast channel on SABC Plus, because we do believe that's another avenue, of pushing advertising. And if podcasts are done really, really well, we believe they can make a sizable, contribution to our revenue challenges.
Thank you. That's insightful. I want to get to Emmanuel from the beautiful country of Rwanda. I love your country. I can come there any given day, any given Sunday. Please take it away. Introduce yourself. Sorry, you introduce yourself and then share with us how you're following the money.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Munyarukumbuzi, as you rightfully pronounced it. And I come from Rwanda Television. How we are following the money is we realized the people who give money are still there, the people who want content are still there, but the people who have the money do not want to give us the money the way they used to give us or purchase the services they used to purchase. So we need to understand what they are willing to pay. And the people who also want content from us, they are consuming it differently. So we need to understand how they want this interesting content that we do produce, how do they want to consume it. So it's restructuring, partnering with people, and I've tried to partner with as many people as I can. I've been on TV, at the head of TV for the past year now. And I'm taking as many business cards as I possibly can, because I know that when we come together, we can actually create win-win situations. So what we're doing to follow the money in Rwanda, especially Rwanda Television, is we're leveraging many avenues that the country has put there for us. For instance, we have more conferences than ever. We are attracting sporting events. And we realized that maybe by investing in production means we could attract some funds or attract some money, as you call it. We also realized that with co-production, with teaming up with many other televisions, for instance, we could lower the costs of purchasing content, which is also something that allows us not to spend a lot, but the little cash we earn is not also going in that route. So what we're also doing is ensuring we diversify our offering. We're thinking of OTT, we're thinking of monetizing our social media channels, we're thinking of partnering with influencers in the country, even though we don't really have a strategy. I mean, we have a strategy, but we haven't really been able to harmonize with the way they work, because we also need to think about the reputational cost that there might be there, because we are a brand and sometimes influencers get carried away. Not all, but some might be carried away, and it could lead up into other reputational costs which lead to financial costs. So in a nutshell, that's what we're trying to do. We know stories are important, and we know people have the money, but how do we tell the stories, and how do we attract the money?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll get back to you, Emmanuel. I want to see if we have our colleagues online. Tech team, can you confirm that we have our colleagues online? Robbie, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I don't know whether you can hear me.
We have Robbie and Daniel. Daniel is from Ethiopia, is it? Yes. Daniel Belanay. I hope I got it correct. Can you hear me? Daniel, able to hear me? Robbie, can you confirm that you can hear me, and can you speak to us? We seem to have a challenge with our tech team. Okay. All right. Once that technological challenge is sorted, we'll get back to our colleagues on time. Now, I want to get to you, Dr. Piri. Obviously, everybody has been talking about platforms, partnerships. Can you share with us or shed more light on how you are navigating the income stream challenges, given the many platforms, obviously, that have come up, and the algorithms that everybody seems to be referring to or talking about?
Thank you so much, moderator. I'd like to make mention that as NBC, we are rising to the challenge of following the money. Of course, I'd like also to confirm that we are still using the linear TV. We have not so much advanced into the social media or the OTT. About 80% to 90% of our money still comes from the linear TV. But we are rising to the challenge. We have noticed that the future of broadcasting, there's a bit of convergence now in the media. And there is some audience behaviors that has changed. So audience behaviors triggers the strategy of the institution. So we have gone a little bit online, and we are still strategizing. We have a Facebook. We don't monetize much money there, but there's a bit of income through adverts. We have also TikTok. We have also X. We have also the WhatsApp group, ZNBC WhatsApp group. But I'd like to make mention that we have not reached the stage where there is self-actualization, where we have a break-even. So it's something that we are discussing, strategizing, and also trying to change the business model of ZNBC. You may wish to know, I know this might be very strange to some of us here, that a number of broadcasters in Southern Africa were born out of ZNBC. So my sister mentioned about how South African broadcasting is moving. We are not remaining behind. We are actually moving at the speed of light to ensure that we follow the money. However, the issue is that some of these social media, especially in Zambia, they have not been monetized like Facebook. So it becomes a little bit difficult for us to follow the money. But moderator, I'd like to make mention that we need to rise to the challenge as Africans, and especially in the southern region, because studies have shown companies that will invest in the social media, especially on OTT, they're likely to increase their revenue by 30%. Another study that was done by Deloitte and Touch in America, it indicated that now adults are more keen on watching online, consumer-demanded content. They've moved from 61% to about 89% in the last 10 years. So we can't just remain behind. So as ZNBC, we are going around and working around the clock to ensure that those strategies are implemented.
Thank you. And I want just to make a follow-up question to that, because you're a public broadcaster at ZNBC. So I still want to understand how you will navigate through the expectations of the public or the general audiences. That don't want to pay, like Nada said. They don't want to pay. Nobody wants to pay for the content, and because you're expected to provide that public service. So how are you navigating through that? Obviously, looking at what you have also referred to or talked about.
Yeah, it's something that we're navigating, but of course we need stakeholder engagement. When I say stakeholder engagement, we're talking about the government, and indeed people don't want to pay. I would like to make mention that ZNBC will still get levy, but that levy was last reviewed about 20 years ago. It's not money that pushes ZNBC to make income even for operations. Much of the revenue that comes for ZNBC is through adverts. So adverts make ZNBC move the strategy. So indeed, that's a very good question. We have engaged the stakeholder. I must make mention that we reviewed our act, and it's going to Parliament. I think if all goes well, being equal in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, once that act is finally assented to, then all these issues again will be resolved and we'll be able to navigate. But what is key is to engage stakeholder, and the key stakeholder, of course, is the government.
That's right. Okay, so we'll get to the colleagues online. Daniel, are you able to hear me? Okay, and Robbie, can you hear me? Okay, if we can just have some volume, some audio. All right, so I'll start with you, Robbie. If you can just introduce yourself and tell us briefly about how you are following the money. Robbie is from Association of Media Women in Kenya. So tell us about yourself and how you're following the money.
Thank you so much. My name is Robbie Kofi. I'm the chair of the Association of Media Women in Kenya and academic.
Tech team.
Will the audience be willing to buy? I hope you've heard that. What will the audience be willing to buy? And therefore, once we kind of integrate the audience's view, then that is the basis on which we can then follow the money, because they are the ones with the money. So for one, I think audience first approaches more than content first, and also selling of space is going to be outdated, and therefore the audience will determine whether they'll buy content through reader user revenue. Will they subscribe? Will you look for other revenue sources such as events and experiences? Or are you going to tell stories for brands? Or are you going to use influencers? So for me, I think the money is with the audience. Secondly, you must control where your audience goes. That is not to rely so much on platforms, social media platforms, but more or less rely on driving traffic to your own websites or your own aggregated platforms, so that they can actually know where to subscribe. And of course, distribution should go beyond your locality. Yesterday I heard of someone who talked about after doing Google Analytics, they were surprised that people are listening to them in areas where there are similar languages. So for me, I think that is where the money will be. How can you ensure that your content resonates with audiences beyond your country? Because there's that whole concept of localization, and people looking forward to hearing what the rest of Africa has to offer. I hope you heard me until that point.
Thank you very much, Robbie. We got you clearly. I know you are a career educator, so we are expecting or hoping to learn a lot from you. So please stay on the line. Daniel, I'll get to you now. Daniel is from Arts TV. If you can just introduce yourself and tell us about how you're following the money. I know you've got some political scientist in you, so you can speak from your different angles.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel. I know many of you, and some of you may be familiar with me. I am the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer of African Renaissance Television, and I've been consistently participating on the Broadcasters Convention from the first time it was held in. Unfortunately, I was unable to come in person, but it worked out fine. Now I've been able to see how lively it seems from my angle. So regarding following the money, my take is a bit different because the African media at current status might not actually be better off looking for the money, because there are so many African stories which remain untold. Because of the fact that African media has been swarmed by the Western media, the power, the money, and everything. So how shall we first focus on sharing African stories to our African brothers? As our name depicts, we are African Renaissance Television. So bringing Africa's voice to the world requires investment, but cannot sustain yourself without having been able to continue operating. It's a very difficult environment, as you probably know, all of you. It is a very challenging situation that we face, especially in Ethiopia, because advertisement for beer has been banned for the last, 5 years, which has affected significantly the operations of media. I would think Ethiopia at this point must be the only Muslim country which doesn't allow, even after late night. At the same time, finally, the entire Ethiopian youth, obliquely what the government said,
Are we frozen?
Okay. Or Bundesliga, or La Liga, and they see Guinness, they see Heineken free, and then these foreign corporations are able to commercialize their products to our children, and yet our own African industries are unable to show their products and support the media as well. So that has been extremely difficult. We are trying to challenge government, depending upon the situation, especially in Ethiopia. There is an election coming by June, which we hope with the new parliament we should take our case very seriously and at least be able to become able to use that advertisement after 9 o'clock, probably in the evening, or time limited. That's one. Other than that, I don't really like shows because
We're frozen again. Okay, so
a fine relationship with Mastercard Foundation, working on youth entrepreneurship and job creation and mindset enhancement skills. So African media should cooperate with those Western media support organizations like the International Media Support as well. The third stream is that we are planning to establish our own streaming platform, somehow similar to Netflix and Hulu, but mostly African contents. We are working on it. It's a very great investment that we have put on it. We're planning to launch it by the end of the month, by the end of next month. So that will be a subscription service, not very expensive, but because of the quality of the contents that we are collecting from all over Africa, including Ethiopia, we're very much hopeful that this will completely revolutionize how to look for the money and how to chase it. This is our strategy at this moment, but as I first said, I'm more into chasing not the money, but chasing African ears, African eyes, to tell our story, because we have a lot to tell And then it's being told by people who don't know anything about Africa. You were saying something about Rwanda when we were referring to Emmanuel. And I was in Rwanda a couple of months ago. And I mean, that's the most fascinating experience that I had was visiting Rwanda, probably the cleanest city in the world, the most polite I've ever seen. And it's incredible transformation that.
It's a tough one.
In my experience and what I saw in Rwanda, this story has not been told. This story, nobody knows it in Ethiopia, at least, so far as I know. So being able to tell African stories, how countries can transform themselves like Uganda, how they can win over Western influence to the extent of sacrificing over 1 million people because of the propaganda and the political poison that the Western countries like Belgium and France spewed on Rwandan people. So there are lots of stories that we should be telling, and it's not about the profit, but it's about sustaining ourselves. But the streaming platform as an arts segment would I hope, completely revolutionize our chasing of the money, and I would suggest that we can cooperate with other African media. Many of them are represented here, so that could be a good opportunity. Before I finish, I'd like to congratulate people who have been nominated. This chance because I want to particularly congratulate my fellow Ethiopian Manan. I heard that she's been nominated. Congratulations, Manan. I hope you win it. Go get there, and I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Please stay on the line for your closing remarks. We have about 9 minutes to conclude our discussion. Can I have the microphone, please? Thank you. All right, so I'll get back to you, Emmanuel. Yes. The earlier discussion, obviously, and even yesterday, we were, learning about, AVOD and SVOD. Yes. So, in Rwanda, what models are you, relying on as you follow the money? Because obviously, the traditional revenue models like advertising and whatnot, sometimes are not working, to keep the lights on. What models are you relying on?
Right now, we're really streaming. We are still on linear television, and we are also broadcast on satellite. But what we're looking, and obviously on social media, we're on YouTube, we're monetizing our channels on social media. But what we're looking at is really to learn as much as we can, which is also part of being here, in order to really go on OTT after really understanding what are the best practices. We have the infrastructure there, but we haven't really launched because we feel like we need more insight into integration into the best models for monetizing these channels, because we realized very long ago that our audience is not ready to pay for this platform, and what they will be paying won't be able to run that. But we also understand there are many other ways through AVOD, for instance, to be able to run these platforms, and we are still fine-tuning that in order to launch that. We're also thinking about, we have a wealth of archives that we could be monetizing rather than running what we have right now, but also go back to the past and see what our audience in the four corners of the globe are able to purchase. In terms of viewing, in terms of listening, in terms of music, radio, TV content, and digital content. So that's our strategy. We monetizing what we have right now. We strengthening the production for international distribution and for local consumption. And we're strategizing for AVOD, NVOD, and all that.
Thank you. Nada, I'll come to you. Obviously from your experience and, the locally adapted model in South Africa, I still want you to shed more light on how you're navigating through the challenges of the public not wanting to pay for content, because obviously you are expected to provide that content, and especially SABC. Somebody made a comment yesterday that SABC is broke. Are you broke? So how are you making that money?
Yeah, no, that was a bold statement. Look, we have our fair share of challenges, right? And it's not really about the public mandate, because in my career, I have found that producing, mandate programming is the easiest part of this business, right? We've never struggled to find the right partners to produce children's programs, for example, or educational programs. Our educational programs are always funded by somebody, because if you go to a Vodacom, for example, there's always a foundation that wants to support a particular cause. So if you are launching an anti-GBV program, there's always partners that you can go to who want to associate themselves with that cause. But I mean, a very big and complex organization like the SABC, it really takes a lot of money to run. We have platforms like your Metro FM, which is a commercial radio station, and the top 5 ALS radio platforms, Ukhozi, Umhlobo, Lisedi FM, and so on. These are the main revenue generators, even though they are public platforms. They make more money than some of our commercial platforms. So we sweat all the assets. If we realize that Ukhozi FM or Umhlobo Wenene FM have got something that can really deliver revenues to the SABC, then we sweat that asset. I just wanted to show you something, talking about the audiences that don't want to pay for content, but they want to pay for other things. And therefore, we create products that they buy, because they want to associate themselves with the brands, because people love the brands. If there's one thing about radio, it builds those relationships with the audiences. So Ukhozi FM, for example, came up with this shoe. It's called Ushuni Ukhozi FM, which is the traditional Zulu Mbadada. So they teamed up with a small business, and they promoting it, so they give airtime exposure to the guy that makes these. They are sold at Gem Clothing, and they get a royalty for these shoes. For as long as these shoes are produced and are being bought by audiences, the station, will always receive that royalty. A lot of our commercial stations would partner with your luxury cruise companies like MSC Cruises, and they sell holidays to audiences, and they get a royalty from the, from the, whether it's a travel agent that they partner with or the actual, owners of the cruise. A small station in Venda, Pala Pala FM, for example, every year for the past 21 years, they've been taking audiences overseas. These are the same audiences that advertisers say are poor, are rural, and so on. But these people have been going with the station to exotic destinations around the globe every single year. So those are things that people look forward to, and they contribute a bit, to our revenue challenges. But of course, our core business is content. We are in the content economy, and we'd be missing the point if we did not exploit that. But I also want to come to partnerships and collaborations. I think the most important thing to remember for broadcasters right now is that if you don't collaborate, you are just setting yourself up for failure. Right now in the SABC, there's something called the Prime Media slate. Prime Media is our competitor, but we have been collaborating with Prime Media. If you see programs like Deal or No Deal, The Masked Singer, they bought the licenses from the owners overseas. They don't have a television platform. They compete with us on radio. So they're starting, a video platform, but they realize that it's, they still need to build it. And platform or channels that would give them the exposure, it's obviously, you're free to air channel. So they've partnered with us, they're paying for the content, the production of the content, it sits on our platforms, and we can exploit and advertise. So in those slots, we're free to sell whatever we want to sell, just as long as it is not products that are in competition with their sponsors, because they also go out and get sponsors for those products. So a few years ago, it would be taboo to work with your competitor like that. We also take advertising from our competitors like DSTV, Netflix, and so on. Right now, I was fighting with one of our salespeople. They are trying to push an advert that I think is now head-on competing with another television product. But salespeople, they want to follow the money. But you just push back where you can, but where it does no harm, we take the money, we put the products on air.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we learn about collaborations, partnerships, and diversification. It's key. Dr. Piri, anything that you would want to share with us on your new revenue models that you are, relying on for now or in the future? ZMBC?
Yes, moderator. I think we are working around the clock. Yeah, so we are working around the clock to ensure that we rise to the challenge. We want to diversify. We want to go OTT. That's a way to go. And the good part is that we've got very good engagement with the government. I know there is a mandate part as a public broadcaster, but I think the government has given us support. I'll tell you what, that one of the biggest clients is the government. They're actually paying for every service. So we follow the money, and every engagement, the government has never let us down. They'll settle the bills, despite the issue of mandate. I'd like also to make mention that in Zambia, sports, football, especially football, is life. So we make a lot of money. We follow the money through football. But I'd like also to echo what my sister just mentioned. Partnership are very important. So we're trying to diversify. We are looking forward to work with one of the bigger telecoms company to ensure that we develop things like apps, okay, so that we start generating revenue. We had a similar arrangement a couple of months ago, but didn't work out very well. But one of the bigger telecoms company in the country is coming up, so I think we'll do an MOU. We're also following the money because, as I indicated earlier, we are diversifying because of the review of the Act. We have done a repeal and review of the Act. So in telling that, we would like to be getting money from radio. We don't monetize radio in Zambia, and it's still under analog. It's not digitalized. It's only TV that was digitalized. I'll also make mention that people listen to radio in their vehicles. That is money that you're not making. So we're taking that direction. Once this act is repealed, then you should be able to go to that direction.
Thank you very much. And I know coming from the private media, that's a discussion for another day on how to make money from radio. Yeah, so we are winding up now, and I'll ask the audience just for one or two comments or questions, if there is any, quickly. The audience, if we can have just one or two comments or questions. Anybody that would want to share with us on following the money? Anybody? Any hand? Did I see a hand there? Okay, there's a hand there. There's a hand there.
Unfortunately, we'll have to take just one question. We're very behind time.
We're pressed for time. Our session was supposed to be 45 minutes, but it was cut by 15 minutes. So we are behind schedule. So please.
I'll make it very quick.
Thank you very much. Great panel discussion. I wanted to ask my sister from the SABC. You mentioned that, I think with the SABC Plus, you're trying to get podcasts happening on the platform. I wanted to know, with the podcast culture of being free and saying whatever, how do you deal with the issue of editorial slant, the issue of censorship, the issue of narrative? Because what makes podcasts popular or makes them pop is the fact that people can say whatever they want, they can cuss, and they can, dig into whoever, and there are no boundaries. Won't your podcast then become boring? Because they're also guided by the SABC editorial policies.
Okay, so you can take that up. And as you take that up, please also give us your takeaways from this session so that we wind up.
Thank you for that question. Look, we've had those discussions with our talent. Mind you, the most successful podcasts are podcasts that are done by radio people or former radio people, if you look all over the world. And talent, I think I didn't mention this, we're also looking at our talent, as one of our important assets, to monetize. So we already have agreements over and above the actual, radio broadcasting agreements with some of our talent. They have podcasts that they have started on behalf of the organization. And of course, it's not just topics that they talk about on the radio that, live on those podcasts. They do, for example, David Mashabela on Radio 2000. He's got a daily show, but David's podcast, which he started even before this conversation with them, he interviews, celebrities, stars, like people that maybe former actors, we don't know what they are doing anymore, or big soccer stars and so on. Whether it's someone who has fallen from grace or someone whose star is still rising, he has that in-depth, hour-long conversation that he wouldn't have on his show. And David's brand, he's not that kind of guy that is going to be irresponsible and say things that you would want to censor. So his followers don't expect that behavior from him, and so you putting him on a podcast channel, you just extending that brand that people love, that they are used to, and the only thing now is that you monetizing that particular podcast. A lot of consumption, I think about 70% of podcast consumption happens on YouTube, and we're not really able to monetize YouTube because it is not our platform, but taking the podcast and working with our talent and putting them on our own channel, on our own platform, there's plenty you can do there.
Thank you very much. And Emmanuel, your takeaways?
Thank you very much. We've talked about collaboration, we've talked about partnership, diversification. I'm not going to come back to those, but what I wanted to really emphasize right now is that experimenting is something that as public broadcasters, national broadcaster or public broadcaster in Rwanda are trying to do, because we're not afraid of doing something we haven't done before and see whether it yields any results. For instance, we used to think that in our provinces we couldn't get a lot of revenue, but by taking radio and television there, like road shows, which commercial radios have done all the time, we realized that there's an appetite on television, which is what we're trying now. We also investing heavily in training, because our salespeople need to be trained on new products and new offerings of the national broadcaster, which they didn't know yesterday. So we're doing that. We're also really emphasizing on audience research, because it changes rapidly. We used to have one audience survey per year, and then we would program for a whole year. Now we understand that it needs to be comments continuously on our WhatsApp channel, for instance, just ask one question to see what they liked during the day. So that's something that is informing us. And we are swiftly reacting or swiftly listening to what people are saying. We're also investing heavily in media literacy, because the more people produce content, the more opportunities for collaboration we can have. So it's more really about reinventing ourselves. It's more about not being afraid of listening to what people are saying, and sometimes what they say surprise us, and we just follow the eyeballs and the ears and see if the advertisers can follow us where the ears and the eyeballs are, without forgetting that we still need to give them the content that they need. For instance, we need to communicate policy, we need to communicate this information about non-communicable diseases, for instance, which never come up in surveys, but which we still need to provide to them. So innovation, I would say, and not being afraid of experimenting.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, so I'll just ask our colleagues online just for 30 seconds to give us your final thoughts or your takeaways from this discussion, starting with Robbie.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think most of the issues that I would have spoken to, especially around partnerships, would emphasize more on innovation, especially around
Technology is failing us.
the redesigning of the newsroom, very, very important. Also to think about who is going to work in the newsroom. It's not going to be business as usual. We'll have to consider having people in data analytics. We'll have to look at people who are in product design, marketing, and also digital units. So to support what has existed with the journalism and the media fraternity, we will need these skills more imbibed into the media spaces, and also strategies. I heard those strategists yesterday who was talking about how it's important to put in that strategy. And most importantly, as Africa, how do we make it easier for all of us through policy to kind of tell stories to each other? I remember when I was growing up, those UTNA. How do we create the UTNA so that we can be able to tell each other's story? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, your final thoughts.
I mean, it's very fortunate to be the person to speak for lunch break, because nobody would want to hear you. So I would only say I would like to emphasize on the partnership aspect, and broadcast media should coordinate in helping us out to convince governments, because we should have one stand regarding access to advertisement revenues on top of. Thank you very much for the event, and I'm very pleased to have been invited, and Benjamin and Deborah and everybody. It has been very nice to be part of this. Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to take any longer time than this before you go to lunch, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our session comes to a close now. We've almost taken 42 minutes with this discussion, but thank you very much to the panel. I really appreciate, and clap for our panelists for this insightful discussion. Hopefully when you're called upon next time, you come and share with us more stories about how you're surviving and how you're following the money. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Shall we?
And of course, a round of applause for our panelists. And the moderator there, Mr. Davis Kabuswe, Executive President, Sun Broadcasting Holdings. And we'll just ask our camera persons to come and take quick photographs of our panelists and moderator. And could we kindly have our Honourable Deputy Minister, if we could have our Honourable Deputy Minister to join us. And could we also have Director Chikoto? Not today. If you could join the Deputy Minister. And Engineer Mzava, maybe you could also join. Maybe we could have that quickly. And clearly that conversation touching on partnerships, collaborations, and following the money. It is important that you follow that money through those collaborations, those partnerships. It's also important skills training, developing those skills, because it's one thing to have that content, but if you don't understand the landscape of this industry without the skills, you won't be able to create the right kind of content. So train your support staff, train your personnel.
Convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association.
Nice smiles, nice
Broadcasters
going.
Convention
Ladies and
Southern
gentlemen,
Africa 2025.
a round of applause for our moderator and our panelists for that session. And I will quickly also ask, we have a 10-minute presentation from 1010 Technology.
Southern Africa
10 minutes. Mr. Masunda, could we kindly have you coming up? And it's strictly 10 minutes. 10 minutes including your salutations, your jokes, if any, and of course your hellos to the
Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association,
all the
Sabah,
stakeholders that are in the
Broadcasters
traffic and
Convention
transport
Southern
systems
Africa
being able
2025,
to enforce
hosted
at
by
one
the
single
Zimbabwe
point
Broadcasting
with one
Corporation
agent
and the Ministry of
and,
Information,
rather than to have
Publicity and
different kind of
Broadcasting Services,
enforcements.
convened
And we can
by
achieve all of
Broadcast
that
Media
when
Africa
we
and the
link
Southern
and
African
we have our
Broadcasting
systems
Association,
speaking to
Sabah,
each other rather than
Broadcasters
for us to
Convention
develop
Southern Africa
individual systems.
2025,
We have
hosted by the
successfully
Zimbabwe
done this with
Broadcasting
ZBC
Corporation and the Ministry of
Zinara,
Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services,
and we are seeing the
convened by
results of it. I'll
Broadcast
leave
Media
the
Africa
ZBC
and the
team
Southern
to be
African
able to then
Broadcasting
explain to you how
Association,
some of
Sabah,
how they've
Broadcasters
benefited
Convention
from some of
Southern
the
Africa
partnerships that they've had
2025,
on the
hosted by the
Zimvili
Zimbabwe
system.
Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry
Drilling
of
down to
Information,
ZBC, our
Publicity
partnership
and
with
Broadcasting
ZBC.
Services,
With
convened by
ZBC, we have
Broadcast
developed a
Media
system for
Africa
them
and the
that
Southern
enables them
African
to do
Broadcasting
household
Association,
licenses and radio
Sabah, Broadcasters
household
Convention
TV and
Southern
radio
Africa
licensing.
2025,
And also,
hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, Sabah, Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, Sabah, Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened
Southern Africa Broadcasting Association Convention. One of the things that Southern Africa has been talking about is the issue of collaboration between different member states and coming up with a product that is wholesome for the regional bloc. What are the intentional steps that we're taking as Zimbabwe to actively participate in that field?
All right, thank you so much. The first issue that this convention is seized with in terms of broadcasting institutions in Southern Africa and some other institutions within the African continent is to have this convention. This is going to map the way forward. As one of the recommendations has been to establish a SADC television channel, and the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation has been working on this modality in order to ensure that content that has been generated within the SADC region is also distributed within the region and beyond. This is also a step in terms, a positive step in terms of media and broadcasting, in terms of sovereignty. For SADC countries will be in a position utilizing the public broadcasters and many other private broadcasting institutions to be able to tell the true story, which is factual and ethical, about the developments in relation to Africa, by also aligning the respective countries' blueprints in terms of the national development frameworks in the respective countries, and also aligning it to Agenda 2063, and at the same time aligning it to sustainable development goals. So the major role of SABA is to also align in terms of informing, in terms of educating, in terms of raising awareness, in terms of developmental issues within the region. But also of great importance is the partnership that SABA has been in a position to be able to work with collaboratively to ensure that the whole region, utilizing a regional architecture, will be in a position to create an interoperable broadcasting ecosystem that generates content within the region and the African continent to support the SADC industrialization plan. So these are some of the developments that SABA is seized with, and one of the important deliverables is also partnership in terms of human capital development, in terms of talent management, as we develop human resources within the region, to be able to improve on our quality in terms of broadcasting, and at the same time, the introduction of satellite services within the region and beyond, for us to be able to cut down on costs and also for us to be able to achieve technological sovereignty. So these are some of the decisions and deliberations that SABA is seized with, and we are more than confident that we'll be in a position to achieve in terms of the establishment of a SADC channel here in Zimbabwe. But also of importance is this particular program will also cover issues related to how best we can market the SADC region, utilizing broadcasting institutions within our region, as we seek to ensure that we increase the number of tourists, the investment within various sectors of our economy within the region, as we seek to ensure that foreign direct investment in terms of the amounts of monies and the collaboration that we can have within the architecture of international relations, for we have various MOUs in terms of sharing content with many other countries within the region, and also the preservation of our languages as a people. So these are some of the deliberations that the SABA Convention has been in a position to be able to deliberate upon, and also to make decisions and map the way forward, and also including how best we can work with content producers and filmmakers in the region.
Honorable Minister, I'm not going to take much of your time. I just want to thank you for outlining the vision of the region. I'm going to allow my colleagues to come and just have a conversation with you for the sake of national languages. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information.
Region is to connect each
Kuda
and
Shona.
every.
Shona.
No, ndiri English ndobva ndaenda kushona.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast.
Shall we give him another round of applause? Talk about breezing through a presentation, but thank you so much for helping us to keep time.
Well, not so much of 10 minutes there, Mr. Masunda. But not quite there. But I will say he was, of course, speaking to the Broadcasting Services Amendment Act, and that, of course, was gazetted. That was May 23. And when we had a question posed in terms of how do you leverage, how do you get revenue in terms of radio licenses, there's something that other broadcasting, national broadcasters can take a cue from. All right. But Chief Koti, we do have some freebies. From yesterday, we saw there were a couple of freebies. And before we actually break for lunch, I thought it would be nice to put some smiles on some of our delegates.
By freebies, you mean free things?
Beautiful free things.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Because I was told by the good doctor here, who's the deputy minister now, he says you should always despise free things.
He's right, though.
In particular, lunch.
But these are very good because they also speak to the convention itself.
I see.
So these will actually work for whoever wins these to apply them.
So do I give it to the best dressed lady, or what do I do? Because I've been looking at a couple for the purposes of.
It's not right for you to speak to who's the best dressed lady.
What do you mean?
Just so you know. Story for another day. But I think you need to try something else. How about name 3 products that Mr. Masunda mentioned in his presentation? Well, are you saying he's biased? Why are you turning away from him? Give it a go. Give it a go.
Let's give it a shot. It's because I was sitting next to him yesterday, so he probably knows the answer.
Mr. Masunda is listening very carefully. 3 products.
I am totally going to shoot in the dark. He mentioned public-private partnerships around systems integration. Was that a product? Would we call that a product so that I can keep going? Okay. Number 2, what? Ice. Yeah, ice. Ice number 2. And then the integration that they did with for ZBC. Okay, I know the products that they did for ZBC, for Zinara, which is payment of radio licenses automatically between ZBC and Zinara. And then they also did products for ZRP for traffic management for the police.
You know, just
I
give
tried
it to
hard,
him. I
guys.
think he tried. Ladies and gentlemen.
Shall we give him E for effort? Okay, so I'll ask the deputy minister just to hand it over to you for a photo moment. You never know, you know.
And the second giveaway, this one will make it very easy. What has been one of the topical issues here at the convention? And I want you to speak. Oh, wonderful.
The photographer is coming, just there. There we go.
I think.
Yeah, because you kind of forced it there, okay? But well done anyway. Thank you so much, Minister.
I think the top topic for this conference has been AI.
Absolutely. I think that was a giveaway. I think you need a photo moment with the Deputy Minister as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick one. And while he is making his way to have a photo moment with the Deputy Minister, we would like to say thank you to our partners, our sponsors, Sputnik, RT Africa, Discover Digital.
Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services.
To state my age.
I'm very good with calculations.
Okay, let me do this. You know Ruben Barwe?
Yes.
I was with him in the trenches of broadcasting.
Wow.
So if you take it from there, I think that will give you an idea as to how far. Now, I remember years back when President Mugabe was still alive and President Nuyoma, that was the time that I was actively involved in reporting from a newsroom perspective as well. And ever since, personally, I've moved throughout into general programming, and then, and then I left the NBC at the time when I was the manager responsible for local television programs at Namibia. So pioneering a whole new way of bringing in programs. So I was away for about 14, 15 years, and then I came back as the Director General.
One of the things I want to find out is you have had an experience of the transition phase from analog to digital, and now we're also talking introduction of artificial intelligence in the work or in the broadcast media. As a regional bloc, how best can we leverage on these transitions that have come through, and how can we utilize artificial intelligence for our benefit in the newsroom, in the broadcast sector?
Maybe let me first just quickly go back to us transitioning from analog to digital. I think the ITU somewhere 2010 took a decision that all countries globally must do away with the analog spectrum so that that can be used for what we today know as 5G. To the extent that most broadcasters then had to move towards digital broadcasting, which would have tremendous benefits, one of which would be better quality, and then secondly, more space in terms of channels as well. Naturally, for us on the African continent, and in particular within the SADC region, we were there and we started bringing this thing in from about 2015 or so. But as we were moving forward, we realized that DDT, that transition from analog to DDT, has actually proven to be extremely expensive. In the case of Namibia, we currently have 74.5% coverage on DDT for TV. On FM, we are very high, we're just over 90. So we decided that we're not going to move forward anymore with DDT, but rather we will transition into satellite, because from a coverage perspective, the satellite footprint is always it's immediate.
Yes.
So that's where we are. So as a block within SADC, there has been progress. Some have done it well. Angola didn't do it because they own satellite. So they were from the onset already involved in satellite broadcast. So so there is currently a mixed bag of how we've been tackling the issue of DDT. And one of the mistakes that we've made, we didn't use our numbers to negotiate, for instance, for set-top boxes and satellite dishes. We went procuring them individually, and that has cost us quite a lot. Just imagine if we had pulled together as one group, we would then have been able to procure these set-top boxes at a relatively low price. So this is some of the learnings. But as a group, in terms of SABA, we are very united in terms of what we do, and we are slowly moving forward, and I believe it's in the right direction.
When we talk of regional integration and when we talk of collaborations between different countries, member countries, we are looking at policy as well.
Yes.
And we're looking at 15 countries that have different approaches to the use of artificial intelligence within their countries. How are you planning as a SABA to harmonize the AI governance structures for the regional bloc?
Maybe let me quickly just park and concentrate on collaboration. As a SABA bloc, we've been having individual agreements amongst countries in terms of productions that we do. But what we started in 2018 was to agree to bring out a television current affairs news program. It's called Ion SADC. It's been running since 2018. What happens there is that all member entities send us news stories. It could be 2 or 3 from their own country. They send them all to Windhoek, Namibia. It gets curated and it's then put together as a bulletin. And from there, we then give it back. And then the countries can then broadcast such at a time that suits them. And beautifully for us is that Tanzania, who's also part of SABA, they translate that bulletin 100% into Kiswahili. So that that already is a great thing. And then for the rest of the countries, we are mainly in English, Portuguese, and French. We are still working on the French and the Portuguese element of it to see how best we can bring it quicker to everybody. So that has already helped us to sort of like work together. That's one. On the radio side, we have a similar program which is called SADC 360. It's a radio current affairs program. This one is curated in Maseru, in Lesotho, where we also contribute our inserts, and then it gets the same. What we've been trying to get off the ground is the Saba television channel, for which just in the past 2 weeks, a lot of good came out of that, because last week I was in Gaborone, Botswana, with some members of the Secretariat of Saba, and I was joined by my counterpart, the Director General of BTV, Botswana Television, and we went to see His Excellency, the Executive Director of SADC, Mr. Mahosi, where we discussed our issues around the challenge linked to the channel and other things. So he gave us commitment to the extent that we are full of enthusiasm where we are standing now. And just this morning, Minister Muswere was asking Saba what is happening. So we were luckily in a position to give positive feedback. So we believe that the next 6 months from now on will be critical for us to get the channel up and running. But to come back to your question of AI, as broadcasters, we're aware that this animal is here. So depending on how you use it, it could be positive, it could be negative. What I can tell you now, it is already being applied across our different stations, because already in the newsroom, it assists with scripting, it assists with voicing. So there's a lot of groundwork, research, and all of that that is being done. And each and every country, what I know now, broadcasters are now busy preparing their own AI policies if they do not have them already. And we have also taken journalists from the region, we've taken them through the training for them to understand the beauty about AI, the pitfalls about AI. And here we've been doubling up with the UN. And as we speak as well, the UN is also a partner with Saba through the resident coordinators, where we are looking to say that, look, when we look at the SDGs as per country, the public broadcaster is in a position to assess and help the respective governments in their countries to go with the flow of how these SDGs are going. So on that score, we're doing well. And also with the convention that is taking place now here at Vic Falls, we have been talking about the possibilities that AI can give to the human being, and also how the technological side, if you look at the value chain, can actually assist us. And part of that is the fear that people are having, that will AI render people jobless? We are saying no. Because all that we need to do as DGs, senior people running these stations, we've got to find new ways of repurposing what people need to do within this AI phase of our lives as broadcasters. But at the same time, we need to be mindful of what misinformation can cause as we move and look at aspects linked to AI itself. So we personally see it as a positive development, and we believe it is something that we also strive towards too, but we must just capture it properly so that it can make our lives much easier.
When, in conclusion, this is the last question I want to ask. When we look at the development of the broadcast industry in Africa, one of the things that seems to stand out is the issue of financing. Would the collaborative efforts that is being made in establishing a regional television station make it easier in terms of acquiring the necessary finances, since we are coming together as countries? The financing structure, how will it work for the television station?
Yes, a very good question. Look, the bulk of the public broadcasters get their funding from the respective governments who are shareholders. Now, what we've observed the past couple of years, we have seen a dwindling sort of like approach towards funding public broadcasters. So now where we are, in order for us to survive, we need to introduce creative ways through which we will still be able to grow our own revenues without forsaking our respective mandates. Now, if I come back to the channel aspect, we believe that if properly managed and put together, that channel can actually generate enough revenue over time that should be able to support the bulk of us within the SADC family. Remember now, if we just look at the population size of SADC,
Yes.
we're talking here about 360 million plus. So if that is used properly, just from an eyeballs potential marketing sales perspective,
Yes.
with a great product, we stand to make good, generate good revenue out of that. But at the same time, it might end up cannibalizing potential revenue in each country itself.
Yes.
So the model that we are currently working on will be dimensioned in such a way that, yes, if we look at advertisers that must come on board, what if those advertisers are in your country and they say, you need to choose. It's either we support you or we support
the
Sabah.
region. Yes.
So somewhere we'll find the balance. And
Okay.
then if there's any form of revenue that is incoming, I think there will have to be a revenue share model between Sabah and the respective
Country.
member entities through the countries that they present. But again, it's something that I believe as president that we should not be scared of, but rather we should see it as an opportunity that will be able to propel us forward.
I love how you were closing this. You were smiling when we started talking about the money. And as you know, media, it might be capital intensive, but it's also one of the key drivers
Yeah.
of any economy in the country.
Look, the technology has changed now. I'll give you a simple example. Before broadband, which is the internet, moved to areas that normally we would not be able to do broadcasts from, we would have to take OB vans, have a crew of about 20, 25 people. Of late, between 6 and 7 people, you can go and do
A live broadcast.
a live broadcast from anywhere, as long as you can connect to the internet. Yeah, so that's the beautiful part of it. And in fact, this morning, we saw a presentation whereby one of our sister entities, the Seychelles Broadcasting Corporation, was actually doing a production, whereas the mixing of visuals and everything was happening from the station, whilst the operators like the cameras and all of those were at the event. So that switching is magic. Magic, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for indulging us and sharing some of the magical nuggets with us around regional integration and how we can grow as a region in the field of broadcasting.
Always a pleasure, ma'am, and thank you very much also for giving Sabah the opportunity to come and talk and share in terms of what we are doing.
We will continue to engage with you so that we can share more details with the people and also just for follow-up to see how best we can also contribute as citizens of the different countries who are part of Sabah. But thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you
today.
very much.
5, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern
Welcome, Alice, to our podcast. And we just want to talk about some of the issues that also come into the sphere of broadcasting. Now, Alice, you are based here in Victoria Falls. And in my research and investigations, there is something that you are doing, something special, creating safe spaces for women.
Yes.
Let's talk about who is Alice and how did you get to a point of creating safe spaces for women?
All right. Thank you very much, Rumbi. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to speak for those who cannot speak. So the initiative started when I was a GBV survivor. I became a GBV survivor, but first I was a victim before I was a survivor. So being a GBV survivor, I then was involved in a car accident where it actually unleashed the past that I thought I'd buried, but knowing it's a pain I still carried. So from there, I started having panic attacks, and then I had to sort out for action in my life, and because nothing was happening, and at that time, it was an issue that I was suffering mentally. I also went through depression, I was on antidepressant for about 2 years, and I became addicted to it. And until I met a psychologist here in Victoria Falls, her name is Precious, and she said, you know what, you need to speak it out for you to forgive yourself and forgive whoever wronged you, because at the end of the day, the more you speak, the more you heal. So I had created a space where I never spoke to anyone about it for more than 12 years.
Wow,
Yes.
that's a long time to be carrying the trauma and the pain.
Yes, and the person I was actually protecting the most was my mother, because just 2 days after I'd been raped, she suffered a stroke. And I could not tell her because she's hypertensive. So sometimes some of the things that we do, we think you're protecting other people, but you're killing yourself.
How did you turn that pain into a story that people want to be associated with, a power that radiates from within you?
I would say I took my pain and made it my passion, and my passion became my power. How I did that, I managed to start up a travel agency, but the travel agency is going to be bringing in something new, which is called therapeutic tourism. So,
Okay, tell me a little bit about that. This is interesting.
so therapeutic tourism is a package. Normally, we're packaging all our packages in a way that everyone is a mental health patient, for your own information. Only that the time is
And
different
yes,
and
management is different
exactly. So our packages include yoga on the cruise, and then you also have yoga over the Victoria Falls.
Wow.
Yes, and then we have private sessions of reflexology. So a reflexologist also deals with the joints. They deal with so those ones usually we do them for those who are suffering from accidents. So normally such people they also have a problem with mental issues because imagine yourself you're normal like this and next day you cannot walk, your spine is gone. So at the end of the day, it actually affects you mentally.
True.
Yes. So that's where we come in. You're coming for a holiday. We want our travelers, whenever they're going back with a rejuvenated spirit. They're going back with a fresh mindset, and they've healed. Not only have they experienced the Victoria Falls, not only have they experienced the serene environment, but they are also enjoying the healing that they're going through. So who knows now how many people are they going to bring to our country?
Therapeutic tourism has a special ring. 2021, I was involved in an accident, and for as long as I can recall, even up until now, when I'm traveling, I actually sometimes can't trust another driver
Yeah.
to actually get me to the final destination. And what you were saying basically is also calling out to me because I had no idea that there is something called therapeutic tourism that helps people deal with their trauma and their injuries. But apart from that, I heard that you create safe spaces for women. Let's talk about that.
Yes, definitely we do. And it all started off with a group of women, which we then called ourselves High Value Women. And our first event was in Zambia, Livingston. And we then created a safe space where every woman was opening up their wounds. And then we started doing what we call painting therapy.
Okay.
So the painting therapy goes like when you'll be telling your story, your pains, and then everyone is drawing whatever they feel like drawing, whether they want to draw a river, they want to draw a car, but whatever they're going to be drawing has to be able to articulate what you're going through and be able to give a solution to what you're feeling. So whenever you get overwhelmed, you feel, okay, I'm getting closed up again. I have a lot going on. You go back to those paintings. You hang them somewhere. You go back to those paintings and you look at them and you start viewing them. One by one, they give you solutions and you feel very relieved. It's something that I've done a lot of times.
Ah, wow. And maybe in conclusion,
Yes.
is this safe space only for women in Victoria Falls, those that are touring Victoria Falls, or in Harare I can get similar services because I definitely need therapy tourism.
All right. Okay, I love the fact that you meant, is it only for women? It's not only for women.
Yes.
The reason why it has brought out the specificity of women is because we have an upcoming event which is focused on women because it's Pink October. Yes, but we focus, or we actually, like I said, our target market is everyone. So yes, we have plans to expand to other cities and other countries actually. And I've actually received some requests from other countries that they want to also implement the same in their countries. So we actually have a 50-year plan.
Wow, that's huge. That's
so
beautiful.
within
And that's
every
inspiring.
5 years, we are thinking big. We're also hoping to host by the next at least 15 years. We'll be hosting International Therapeutic Tourism Conference here in Zimbabwe.
Here in Victoria Falls.
In Victoria Falls.
I love the vision. I love the mission. And I
Yes.
love the fact that you're creating safe spaces not only for women,
Yes.
but for people and survivors of trauma.
Yes.
And thank you for sharing this beautiful story with us. But also, because you are dealing with something that everyone deals with on a day-to-day basis, maybe share with us your social media handles, how people can contact you.
Okay. For now, because we want to keep our space a bit private because of the things that people say, we'll be opening up a page very soon. But the page will be under Mwenzu Travel. So our email is mwenzutravel at Mwenzu Travel Events at gmail.com. But then for the social media handles, I'm using Alice Chingombe on Facebook. Yes, and then on Twitter, it's Ali Graced. And then on Instagram, it's Alice Chingombe.
Alice Chingombe, the woman with a vision and a big heart to not only transform her life, but to save others from trauma. Thank you so much, Alice, for coming through and sharing your story. You have inspired me to do something, which eventually I hope will culminate into something big.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for being with us and inspiring me and many others this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Rumbi. I'm also looking forward to seeing you on the 1st of November.
I will definitely try and make sure I am there if work doesn't keep me rooted in Harare. But I definitely want to join one of your therapeutic tourism sessions just to experience and share with the world what really happens and how my life will be transformed through your special program.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting Association, SABA. Broadcasters Convention Southern Africa 2025, hosted by the Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation and the Ministry of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, convened by Broadcast Media Africa and the Southern African Broadcasting